Dear one and all present here, I wish you a very good morning. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed guests, faculty, and all the participants. A very big welcome to the second day of IIFT's Annual Economic Conclave 2024. Today, we have an exciting lineup. We start with a very exciting and wonderful panel discussion, after which I would request the participants of the committee simulation to head to room number 10, which will be the venue for both the sessions. I request the paper presentation participants to stay back in the auditorium. After the panel discussion is over, we would be having a short high tea prepared for everyone outside the auditorium. Please be noted that after the first sessions are over, we are breaking for lunch from 1:30 till 2:15, and we return to our subsequent sessions from 2:15 onwards. After your sessions are over, we will have a short break for high tea in the evening again. Then we would request all the participants to come back to the auditorium and be seated in anticipation of the special lecture by Professor Shubhato Marji and our very esteemed center head, Dr. K. Rangarajan. And I'm extremely pleased to announce that we end with a prize distribution ceremony. Participants who are in quiz and the policy debate will be getting their prizes today. They had a very exciting session and event last day, and we will be happy to see them here again today. For the committee and the paper presentation, of course, please enjoy the day here, and we will be seeing you again after the sessions are over in anticipation of the prize distribution. Now, I would like to hand over the proceedings for the panel discussion to my dear friend, Preeti. Thank you, everyone. Hello.
Good morning and a warm welcome to our guests, esteemed dignitaries, faculty members and dear students. It is with great pleasure that I announce the commencement of our panel discussion for the day, the topic of which is From Ballot Box to the Boardroom, Women's Political and Economic Empowerment. This topic steers through several pertinent issues such as the existing gender disparities in several corners of the world, the interconnectedness between women's political participation and economic empowerment, and the challenges encountered by women navigating leadership roles and other such important positions. Hence, I would now request our panelists and moderator to please come on stage and take their seats. Everyone, please be seated. now like to introduce and welcome our distinguished panelists and moderator who have so graciously accepted our invitation to join this discussion and lend their thoughts. We have with us Dr. Shuporna Banerjee from the Institute of Development Studies. Ma'am has her PhD from the University of Edinburgh. Ma'am is also a writer of short stories which introduces young minds to various historical issues and events. I would now request my classmate, Poulomi, to come on stage and welcome Dr. Banerjee. Next, we have with us Ms. Anushka Soham Bathwal from the London School of Economics and Political Science and currently the CEO and founder of Dhanvestor. Ma'am and Dhanvestor's noble initiative to empower women financially is truly an inspiration to all of us. Now, I would like my classmate Rifa to please come on stage and welcome Ms. Bathwal. Now, I shall be introducing Ms. Devdatta Nandwani, advisor in RH, Federation of Indian Export Organization, an apex body set up by the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. PAM was also nominated for the South Asia Women Entrepreneurs Forum, which serves as a platform for catalyzing activities to advance women's entrepreneurship and leadership in the region and beyond. I would now request my classmate Koshambi to please come on stage and welcome Ms. Nandwani. We also have with us Ms. Shruti Ganguly. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, you're audible. A very good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. We have with us Ms. Shruti Ganguly, Director, Net Zero and Sustainability, Turner and Townsend. Ma'am shall be joining us online. Ma'am is also a certified Six Sigma Black Belt and Lean Coach. We welcome ma'am to our event.
Thank you.
This session will be moderated by Dr. Orijita Dotto, Professor, University of Calcutta. Ma'am takes an avid interest in quantitative development economics and health economics. Dr. Datta is also closely associated with the health policy making of West Bengal and has published a number of policy documents on healthcare in West Bengal. I would now request my classmate Shantani to please come on stage and welcome Dr. Datta. We shall begin with opening remarks from each of our panelists. Each speaker will have 10 plus 2 minutes to present their views and experiences related to our theme. After they share their thoughts, we shall open the floor to questions from the audience. As we look forward to an intensely enriching discussion, I would like to hand over this session to our moderator, Professor Datta. Thank you.
So, very good morning to all of you. At the onset, I express my gratitude to the faculty members of IIFT Kolkata for inviting me for moderating this very exciting panel discussion. The issue of women empowerment and what would I say, anything related to this kinds of political empowerment, social empowerment, and economic empowerment are on the cards now. So almost everybody is talking about all these things in their own sphere, in their own ways. But what remains at the bottom line is that there is miles to go before I sleep. So even if we talk a lot and we celebrate the Women's Day, we celebrate the Women's Month, yet we find that over the last 2 decades in India, the female labor force participation is going down. And this is true not only for the women at the margin, but also the most important and most critical issue is that the labor force participation of the educated urban women, that is going down the most. The recent report of ILO does speak about this very disturbing fact, and which defies all the basic theoretical understanding of development economics, that as an economy grows, there will be more and more women who will be coming to the labor market, and hence our GDP will grow even more. So that our experience somehow defies this. It's not following the classical case. And what is even more disturbing is the fact that it is contrary to what is happening in our neighboring countries. So while we find that labor market participation is increasing in most of our Asian neighboring countries, we somehow cannot manage, and that will actually bring questions on how we can use our demographic dividend. If half of our population is leaving the labor market, then what we call as the dividend might turn out to be a debt. So with these opening remarks, I would request our esteemed panelists to come up with their own views, and then as we will be in the first round, we would request you to have 10 minutes remarks, and then maybe a quick another round later on. So we will start with Shipana.
To make sure that I keep in time, I'm just going to read this out so that I hope we can keep in time. So I want to start, and I want to echo Rajitadi to thank IIFT, the faculty, the students. I'm slightly surprised at being invited. I'm not an economist, I'm a political scientist, and I don't do quantitative work at all. Whatever I do is by association in IDSK. So I am a little bit nervous, but also excited to see how this goes. Okay, so Rajitadi, can you give me a heads up, and like I have a minute left so that I can do a quick wrap. All right. Now, trained as a political scientist, I have been trained and taught to be suspicious of empowerment. What does it mean? How can it be measured? Is there a scale of empowerment? So I'm going to try to interrogate the various complexities of empowerment in the course of the next 10 minutes or so. Now, this trajectory of ballot box to boardroom is not straightforward, nor is it linear, but as they already pointed out, it is connected. Let me just start with a bit of a definition in how I am going to set this up. So Naila Kabir in her work defines empowerment as the ability to make choices or take decisions. She puts forward a distinction between first order choices, which are strategic life choices that are critical, like marriage, livelihood, children, and second order choices, which, though important, how do I indicate okay. Can you just change the next slide? The second order choices are though important, are not the defining parameters and are often shaped by first order choices. So, children's education, for example, becomes a second order choice which is based on whether one is going to have children or not. Now, decision making involves both the freedom to make decisions and the kind of decision one makes. And I'm going to look at how gender decision making can be the lens to interrogate empowerment of women across these two styles. Can you have the next slide, please? Thank you, Ultari, for setting this up already, so I don't have to do the more complicated explaining the declining participation of women in the workforce. But I just want to show that, say that it's shown a constant decline from in 2004 to 5, we see 39.7% women's participation, labor force participation, to 28.9% in 2011-12, to further 22.9% in 2017-18. While the 22-23 periodic labor force survey shows an increase in the female workforce participation, but labor economists have suggested that this might be due to the inclusion of women's unpaid labor into the measurements in the recent rounds. Paid work and access to earnings have been held to be central to the notion of ability to take decisions, the ability to be politically or economically empowered. In this context, how can we then locate both women's boardroom participation and electoral participation? Next slide. Globally, women have failed to attain equal representation on corporate boards of directors, a concern which has attracted considerable policy, practitioner, and scholarly concern. A study shows across 67 countries, female comprises only 10% of board directorship. According to the EY report, India made significant progress in representation of women in boards, increasing from 6% in 2018 to 18% in 2022 in corporate firms and 14.3% in public sector as of March 2024. This has been widely held to be an outcome of corporate law mandate, that is the 2013 reform in the Companies Law Act. While acknowledging this improvement, we also need to understand the vastness of the gender gap. While 95% of the Nifty 500 companies have at least one board member, less than 5% are women as chairperson. Data from Deloitte Global Boardroom Programs Women in the Boardroom Report 2024 shows that only 5.1% of the CEOs in the 400 listed companies on the MSCI index are women. The report also pointed out that 400 companies have a total of 524 women directors. So it often implies then that for many companies this is just a tick box exercise. Although feminization of high status workforce is on the rise, women have steep barriers to entry and advancement in professions like finance, stock brokering, and consulting, and this has been shown through various scholarly works. Therefore, on the one hand, we do need to consider the empowering role of women CEOs and directors in guiding and shaping important company decisions, but we should also be wary of seeing their success stories as shorthand of economic empowerment of women in boardroom in general and of women in general and in boardroom in particular. The first barrier is entry is evident from low numbers, and the second is progression, also evident from the low number of chairpersonship. Why aren't women able to advance up the ladder at the speed of their male counterparts? Various explanations have, next slide please. Various explanations have been proposed, like women not competing aggressively, facing discrimination in workplace, being harassed, and these explain in some ways how the glass ceiling still continues to deny women entry or progression in jobs. Also, occupational stereotyping, the idea that men and women are self-selecting into different jobs such that which now come to have fixed gender attributes and are often differentially given differential rate of payment and respect. Also explain lower presence of women in many jobs. However, the Nobel-winning feminist economist Claudia Goldin holds that the explanation lies historically and overwhelmingly in the gap between care and work. This is what explains pay and promotion difference not just across but within professions. Family life shapes wage gaps. It widens since women have to balance between their time and labor, between paid work and unpaid work, unpaid care work such as taking care of the elderly or children. Shelley Lundberg argues economic models of gender inequality begins with the division of labor in the family. The gendering of social responsibilities usually imply that women bear the bulk of unpaid care labor responsibilities and thus women are mostly assigned to the home than the market. While with caste class privilege, women are able to outsource a part of their domestic duties, care work still remains with them in large measures. Gender norms that we have inherited get reinforced in a host of ways to allot more of childcare responsibilities to mothers and more of family care to grown daughters. Azim Premji University's State of Working India survey reveals women in paid employment make only 76% of what men make, which shows a significant wage gap. The firms tend to disproportionately incentivize longer working hours and working late, all of which clashes with women's care responsibilities. Next slide, please. The boardroom of companies looks very similar to the boardroom of the country. Female representation in Indian Parliament is still much less than the world average of 20%. Lower than the critical mass required to introduce gender parity in political decision making and legislation. Similarly, the number of female representatives in legislative bodies in most states in India is also below 20%, reflecting a pan-Indian gender exclusion from electoral participation and quality representation. This could be attributed to a large extent to the party competition structure in the Indian subcontinent that is characterized by inherent male dominance and a patriarchal mindset which excludes women from the electoral process. In contrast, however, female electoral participation in the ballot box, that is as voters, has seen a notable upsurge since the late 1990s, as voter turnout figures across general elections indicate. In the 2019 elections, in fact, we see that the rise of women voter turnout, in fact, outnumbered the rising men's turnout. The self-empowerment hypothesis posits that the rising literacy levels and media exposure have increased awareness among women, who in turn feel more empowered to exercise their political agency. Using data on male and female turnout across states and national elections over 5 decades, economists Mudit Kumar and Shavika Ravi also found evidence in favor of this hypothesis. But this idea of self-empowerment originating in the global north holds an expanded literacy, financial autonomy through participation in labor force, and greater information availability are likely to increase their political engagement. However, we know that this explanation is complicated in India by its continuously declining female labor force participation rate. So without completely discarding the self-empowerment thesis, we also need to look elsewhere. Women often undertake increased participation in elections as a part of household strategy. Families and households provide the context in which important non-market transactions often take place. Further, with male migration increasing in many states, male migrants are often unable to cast their vote in state and national elections since they are living elsewhere at that time. The observed increase in women's turnout would simply reflect that dynamic. But saying this, I do not mean to say that institutional efforts like the ECI's ways of pushing forward political literacy, etc., are not bearing fruit. But I'm saying that this is much more complicated than that. But my own experience in the field and that of others, ethnographers, suggests that beyond these instrumental factors, can we have the next slide, please? Lies a more active political agency, which might be individual or community. So this is a very long quote, and I'm going to the one before. Sorry, I'm not going to read it out because then I'm definitely going to exceed my time.
It was by Professor LSE.
Yes. So in this fascinating book, we have here about this woman called Rukmini Bai, who is really sad that she cannot cast her vote because she thinks it's important that she doesn't waste her vote because every vote counts. Such kinds of narratives and evidence suggest that often women voters, especially of the poorer classes, see elections as meaningful and significant as they feel it is ultimately better to choose or dismiss the devils who will govern them. because they understand that unless they come together and participate in elections, the whole edifice of political democracy will collapse. And we see that they tend to vote for politicians who advocate anti-alcoholism or women-friendly policies in some ways, or policies or schemes. And because the act of voting itself is seen to encode principles of equality, fairness, efficiency, rights and duties, all of which are valued ideals. It is this tiny bit of political agency, individual or sometimes influenced with the political culture of the family, household, or community. This little evidence of self-recording lying outside institutional or instrumental factors, that for me shows some hopes of political empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhana, for bringing up very important issues, some of them, like the managerial positions, the women boardrooms, the situation of the boardroom. This is something which is, however, not exactly for India or even for developing countries. The GEM report, that is the Gender Empowerment Measure report, does show that, in fact, all countries in the world exhibit a kind of a discriminatory position for the women in terms of their participation in the managerial and administrative position, their participation in the higher education institutes, and also in political leadership. And also the second thing that she brings out is that labor specialization within the home is actually shapes the labor specialization outside home. So this actually leads to what we call gender stereotyping, that even if women are working, they're supposed to work in the areas which is feminine. So teaching is a women's job, whereas being a pilot is not. So that's those stereotyping that the society has created actually stops many of us to go outside this sphere. And lastly, Shuparna rightly pointed out the political empowerment, that women are not even allowed to go out and vote even now. Possibly that scenario, even if slowly, but is changing a little bit. In this current election, we find that almost all parties, irrespective of the colors, are actually appealing to the women that you come out and vote, and everybody has their own women-centric policies. So that's the kind of wooing the entire women force, that you do come out and vote, and everybody expecting that the women will vote for their parties. So what will happen, we will know after fourth. But the fact is that it is not only important to go out and vote, whether they can vote for the candidate of their own choice. That becomes very important. In a recent survey that we did, we found that even if women are allowed to vote, and in West Bengal, that share is actually very high. So around 85% of the women do regularly go out and vote, but not more than 45% of those who go out actually vote independently. So that they are being dictated by their husbands or fathers or brothers or sons whom to vote for. So that's another very gray area when we talk about political empowerment. Okay, so now we move on to Anushka for your remarks.
Hi everyone, thank you IIFT for having me here. My name is Anushka Soham. I'm the CEO and founder of Investor. So I'll take you through my journey before I can talk about women empowerment and how it is in the economic space and the political space. So I came back from London. I was at LSE, London School of Economics and Political Science. I did all of my 3 master's degrees there. So when I came back in 2021, I took up my father and my father-in-law's family office, and I was managing a lot of their money. And it used to be very often when I used to be doing meetings in office, and it used to be me, either my dad or my father-in-law, my husband, the guy who was helping me in the family office, and then there used to be two or three people, either from IIFL or one of these big institutions, trying to sell their product to me. So then I used to just sit there, and there were times I was hesitant to raise my hand. There were times I wouldn't feel as confident about my readings, my research. I come from a pure finance background. My undergrad was in finance. My master's was also in finance, the first one. So I couldn't understand why I kept feeling this weird sensation, right? So I got in touch with my mentor at LSE, and he put me in touch with this guy who's a big coach. It's confidential, so I can't take his name. And while I was coaching with him, I recognized it wasn't anything to do with my capability. I kept feeling uneasy in that room when I wanted to ask questions about the investment product they were suggesting. It wasn't about my knowledge, it wasn't about my research, it was just about me being the only woman in the room. It used to be me and like 8 men. And I realized that even though I'm outspoken, I've always been one to lead, I've always been a great student, even then I kept feeling like this when I wanted to invest money in the stock market. So that's when I recognized the need to ideate a product like we did. And we used human-centric design to understand what is it that stop women from investing, you know? And while doing primary research using human-centric design, we focused on empathetic conversations and tried to study why don't they invest. And that's when we realized that there are multiple factors which prevent them from taking up investing in and just feeling confident about it. So I'll take you through my research and what we understood. So the first thing, I feel like a lot of times we've just been brought up in a way where, it's the men in the household which geographically, demographically, it's been told that, they're just better with money. For example, if there are 2 kids and then there's some investment decision has to be made, it's just assumed that the brother will do a better job than the sister, right? So then you don't realize how these things impact you when they grow up. But when you grow up, you realize that these things are just embedded in you, and these sociological things that are set to you when you're growing up has really had a profound impact on your confidence and your belief about investment when you've grown up, right? So I feel like that's one thing. When we do like a noise versus voice exercise, we try and tell our clients who come to office and they want to learn about finance, we also do financial learning. We tell them to cut out the noise where everybody's telling you this is not for you, you can't invest, you shouldn't be doing this. And then listen to your voice when you will know if you can truly invest. So I feel like it gets clouded by a lot of times what people are saying to you. And secondly, also, I know we've come very far from where we used to be when India got independence and stuff like that, yada, yada. But even today, I feel like, I don't know if I can call it misogyny and patriarchy, but you can't take away from the fact that it still exists. It might not be as strong and as dominant as it was previously, but we can't say it's not there, I recently, when I was shooting for my Instagram, there was a reel and it made me laugh. And the script literally said that, when men want to do things, they do it. But when women want to do things, they need to take permission in order to do it, So I feel like it's just ingrained so heavily in the way our culture is that we have come a far way. But like ma'am said earlier, before we started to talk, that you still have a long way to go before you can sleep. And that's the other thing. And then the third thing I feel like is also when we talk about education and exposure to education, like we discussed earlier, how many women actually end up pursuing a master's degree or like pursuing a specialization post that preliminary education, So that's when the gap starts to increase. So now this is the context that I understood from my primary research. Now to take you through and tell you a little bit about how it comes out to play in the corporate world. I'm from the financial industry, so It's a very agentic industry. So I want to take you through a little bit about how is it that it's dominant in my industry. So now when I was at LSE, we studied about leadership theories, right? Now there's a lot of literature where a lot of scholars have spoken about how a leader should be. So now when you talk about leadership, the stereotype of a leader expects a leader to be agentic. Now agentic is are attributes which men inherently are born with and women are perceived as communal. So now we need to also understand that the leadership theories have also evolved with time. Today we live in a place where everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, nobody wants to be employed. We live in a place of a gig economy. So now who wants to have a boss where they're continuously being micromanaged or they're continuously being told what is to be done, right? Nobody likes that. So now when leadership has also evolved, we see that research actually proves that women tend to be better leaders. It's because a leader is not just expected to be somebody who's charismatic or somebody who's arrogant or somebody who's super confident, but somebody who also knows empathy, compassion, and care. If somebody is having a bad day at work, a woman will be able to resonate better and will be able to understand empathetically what the real issue is and not just do a showdown at work. So with research, we understand women are not just needed, women don't just make better leaders, but they're also needed in leadership roles in order for economies to perform better and companies to perform better. So now a little bit about how in the corporate space, women leaders are perceived to be, right? So now initially, I'm only 26. So now initially when I started my startup and I used to go to these conferences or I used to go and meet people who've been leading for years, a lot of times people would first think, oh, she's too young, oh, she's too affirmative, how can she be like this? Maybe she's arrogant, she feels like the world is her oyster, and number three, she's a woman. So it intimidates a lot of people, but at the end, everybody thinks that, okay, maybe she's doing something which will also help empower other women. There is research which proves that today women founders are known to hire more women. Today, it comes to me organically. If someone's sitting in my office and they're having cramps, I understand. Because I know what it feels like, right? So I feel like we talk a lot about what is the issue and why women should be empowered, but I feel like what is more important is talking about how can we actually empower them. Because, we know what the issue is. Now, what is the solution? There's nothing we can do about the issue, right? That's already there. So now what is it that we can do? And data suggests that the more women founders, they want to employ more and more women. Today at office, when there are people, and I feel like any woman has a leadership potential in office, I personally ensure I'm communicating one-to-one with them. I give them work where they can directly report to me. So in some way or the other, I can coach them in a way where maybe they can have a startup in the future or lead in some capacity in the future. You don't cultivate future leaders, and then if there are no future women leaders, the problem is always going to exist. Now, a little bit about gender pay gap and how even in the finance industry it exists. Yeah. So even about the gender pay gap and how it exists, there are times, and it's brutally true, that the woman is also making as many equity research reports, is probably more capable than the man, but the employer would perceive the man to be a little bit more stable because they know that the man is the breadwinner, right? So they will think twice before putting in their papers. And there are many more ways, maybe because women are not as great at negotiating. They get a little bit intimidated when they, like I did as well, when there were so many men in the room. So there are multiple reasons which contribute to gender pay gap. So as HRs, what we could do is, we could just be a little bit more mindful when negotiating CTC or salary with women, being a little bit more mindful about them having dual responsibility, which is caregiving. And the other thing I feel like which has really worked for me today, I've been married, it's been 3 years now. My husband and I have clear boundaries, He knows what is it that I do and what is it I cannot do. So as a woman, having clear boundaries about, okay, I have work, this is my priority, having clear boundaries with your in-laws that, okay, I can't do lunch on a Tuesday afternoon, or I don't expect me to do this. I feel like it just helps you just, if you have better boundaries, it just helps you do what you feel needs to be done. And then it just helps you not ever leave your journey once you get married. A lot of people come into office, they start their careers, and then they drop out when they have children, they drop out when they get married. But if you have better boundaries since day one, I feel like it really takes you a long way because your career is your priority,
That's all. Thank you, Anushka, for your experiences that you shared. These are more valuable than just simple data research. As you rightly pointed out, that the stereotyping is something that starts from very early childhood. That men are better in maths and calculations, and women are in humanities. So this is something that brings sex is a biological construct, but gender is a sociological construct. So we create all these things. It's nowhere written. There is no medical research that can prove that women cannot do mathematics. So we create this in our own mind. And talking about the employment that is being created by women leaders like Anushka. I just came across one paper which shows that after the maternity leave extensions were introduced by central government, actually the hiring of women in the organized sector has gone down. So that means that when there is maternity leaves, that is compulsory by laws. So there, you need to have some kind of replacement, so that the companies are not eager to take that. So it's there has been a drop. So keeping these things in mind, we move on to our next speaker. Can I request Madam Devrata to take over?
Good morning, and thank you for having me over for this discussion. I will request you to excuse me for a slight tremor in my voice. I have a voice issue, but again, I will speak out of my personal experiences as a woman over a period of 30 years of my profession, and also as a spouse, a daughter, and as well as a mother of a 26-year-old. So traditionally, I think all of us, having been growing in a more traditional structural society, we have grown up. I think all of us have grown up in an environment where we have been told that men are the providers and women are the caregivers. So I often used to hear a lot of women in my family itself saying a woman can make or break a family. So we have grown with certain kind of thought processes which have gone into our systems. But I think me, as a representative of my generation, is perhaps the sandwich generation, which has to adjust with our parents' generation as well as the generation of my child, who is 26-year-old. And for me, it's a learning experience. In my professional life of 30 years, what I have found is that, it is me as a woman who has to understand who I am, what I am capable of delivering, and what I am capable of doing. And I think life begins for us with this thought process. What is important is the confidence that we need to build for ourselves. I have gone through phases where I have had male juniors, I've had male seniors, and both sides I got sandwiched because here there are men of my age group who have not taken it very well to accept a lady boss to answer to. At the same time, I have also had both very positive bosses who have, steered the way for me and made it easy. So I'm sure that in the life of every woman, it's a mixture of good and bad. It's a mixture of positives and negatives. Yes, as Dr. Dotto had mentioned, in terms of political consciousness of women, who we decide to vote for, down there in the villages, many women are told who to vote for. But we also have, in the same area, men also who are being told who to vote for. So that's the little kind of ray of hope that I find, that today our panchayat representation in women has gone up quite a bit. And I think in the rural areas too, women are taking leadership roles. And I see that happening in a lot of the women who come from the rural areas, who help us as domestic helps. They have taken leadership roles in their little domestic household. They are fending for their household. They are taking decisions. They have a bank account which they are operating. They have a mobile phone. So we have grown in a huge big way in terms of women leadership from where we were 50 years ago. But we have definitely a long way to go. I think the other point that we need to get out of our thought process is the Cinderella complex. I'm sure you would have heard. Yeah, so this is a concept where women are thought, people just automatically think that as a woman, you need to depend on someone. But over a period of time, I think we are growing out of this Cinderella complex. I think that we have proved ourselves over the years in our professional lives, in our households, that we can do what the other sex can do as well. I don't think women empowerment is about bringing the other gender down or having one group over the other. It is all about equality. And I'm very, very hopeful when I see the years that we have worked in and the years, and when I see my daughter's environment that she's working in. I do not mean to say that there is no discrimination. There is still discrimination, but the ratio has definitely gone down. But at the same time, while at one point in time I felt physically women are weaker, I may not be able to push a heavy table, but a man may be able to do it. But I see a reversal in the next generation. My daughter does not agree to anyone pulling or pushing heavy weights. So there is definitely a difference in our way of thinking. Our children, the next generation, is definitely going to bring about a change because I feel they behave differently, they think differently, and I think the gender inequality is shrinking with every generation. And I am very, very hopeful that the pace may be slow, but we have a very, very good future in terms of gender equality. It could be taking time, but there is definitely a positive development. with every generation that we see. Thank you.
So thank you, Devdatta, for actually spreading the ray of hope among all of us. But there's still a but, because NFHS 5 shows that more than 90% of women in India think that there should be at least one son in the household. More than 90%. And
I have a question.
we will come back to the questions. Allow me. So, of course, our daughters, our next generations are moving ahead, and we take pride in this. But how many of our next generation, who are they? That is a big question, because intra-household bargaining power does not come from just being women. It comes from the relative position within the diet. So moving on from here to Shruti. She's waiting online. Very welcome, warm welcome, Shruti. So
Thank you so much. Thank you. And once again, a very good morning to all of you. Am I audible? Is it clear?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. The problem with speaking last is, I think, how many of the points have already been made. But nevertheless, I think the way I would like to present my thought process on the topic is also going to come from experience, my reading, and my and the work we've done in my consulting background. A little about myself: I have been working for a little over 2 decades now. What we talk about women empowerment today has been on the cards in almost every discussion, but the discussion today is getting only stronger. There is more and more requirements, but where I also see a gap, and maybe that's where I would start with, that when we talk about women empowerment, somewhere it also gets misread as women workplace inclusion. We will have to find the way where we not only bring them on board, but give them enough access and rights to make decisions. And I think that's some distance which we still need to cover. Most organizations today do measure the participation of women, the kind of women they bring on board, not just in their corporate offices, but also in their back offices, in the way they work across their vendor supply chain ecosystem. The data is required. But is that enough to call us that we have an equal representation? And in my opinion, that's not good enough yet. The point that I also really acknowledge and appreciate, which ma'am before me spoke, that when we talk about women inclusion or women participation, it needs to go and looked at not as men versus women conversation, but it is bringing equity, where we are saying that everybody has access, everybody has an opportunity based on merit. And I think that's an ideal state to be, and we will take some time to get there. But clearly, it needs to be a conversation of merit. The other point that I also want to highlight when it comes to women and in the workforce, either in workforce or even being homemakers, is how we look at women and help them exercise their choices. And I think that's one area where most women today have a legacy of expectation on them, be it managing home, managing kids, managing PTMs, managing the staff at work, or anything around it. So I think what we need to also look at when we talk about women participation and women to empower themselves, it has to also begin with the choices they make, and also call out for the support system around them in as many words as they can. What I want to now talk about is when we talk about women in the workforce, we are somewhere biased towards, or we are part of a system where we see the urban side of it. But the way we need to also look at, there is a very large informal sector where women are working way beyond what we know of. No data today captures that. So if we look at women empowerment and we want to decide what is required to bring all the women to the forefront with the kind of support that we can extend to them, we need to cut data across industries, be it agri-based, be it manufacturing, be it IT, be it finance, finance, be it tech, we have to look at what is required. The second lens that we should definitely look at is perhaps the strata of society they come from. One of the things that we all understand, and maybe we have all been privileged enough when we grew up saying that you all have to work. And I would say my example personally as well. My mom always said that you have to be financially independent. But what I did not get in my inheritance is the dream to become big and become the CEO of an organization, become somebody who leads an organization. All that was required, perhaps, to see those role models around me, perhaps see women who have been there, done that, talk to women, and not just look at somebody who's contributing some bit of their financial muscle into the family. So I think when we discuss with our next generation, and maybe they're much smarter because the conversations are a lot more louder today, is when we talk to them and say that your role is not just to participate financially in a certain way, but also take those decisions in the house, that where does the money go, where do I invest, where what does my future look like, what does my future of my family look like. So here I'm going to conclude the entire thing about choices, about taking decisions, participating, and finally, I would say it would also be equally important to lead few roles instead of waiting for directions from people around. One of the other thing that I think when we talk about this problem, we would divide it into the psychological problem, which is more legacy based, which is more, you'd learn through your what you see around, what your parents have told you, what you see in your workplaces, which we have spoken in length. The second area is the socio-economic as well. Somebody who comes from a little weaker section, it's all the more difficult for them to come back to the section, while they can informally support, but for them to break a certain mold is a lot more difficult than perhaps some of us. And third, which is again very important part of it, is the political support that gets extended. So some of the examples we earlier spoke of, where we said there is a representation of women in Panchayati Raj, it's because of the regulations. Now there are regulations for women inheritance. There is regulations which is there where organizations have to report their data. So I think the pressure from the regulation is coming along. But while this works, we have to take all the three in tandem. We have to make the mental and the behavioral change happen. We will have to ensure that we look at the cultural side of it. We also look at the political will to do this. And beyond looking at our roles, we also start individually. I think the imposter syndrome that we spoke of, we always believe we are never good enough. I think that's one question that we also have to keep fighting our own battles in that sense. So I think with that, I would like to just say that what can we really do? We've understood the challenges. We are all aware of it. If I were to leave three things that we could perhaps do in this situation, is one, as women leaders, as women in any form, and when I say leaders, not just organizational designation, but I said women leaders in every role that we play, we look at the merit as closely as we can. We give responsibilities, we call in for support where we can, we deliver and delegate and definitely voice our opinion. That's one. Second, I would say if we have to really become a more inclusive society, we have to ourselves look at the society in large and bring in these conversations to the boardroom, talk to our children, talk to our boys about it, talk to anybody who is today probably having that bias, bring that awareness going. And the third thing that I would say is, if this inclusion has to happen, I also come from a quality management background, so I know what gets measured gets improved. So we have to somewhere have those data points in hand to say that what is happening and how good are we from yesterday. So I think these three would be my takeaways in terms of bringing the entire generation together and saying, let's move forward. There is a lot to do, and like you started to say, that there is a miles to go before we sleep. So thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Shruti, for very interesting takeaways. Yes, probably the mothers of the sons have more responsibilities in this generation to teach our sons what to expect from their wife and whatnot. So with the initial remarks, I think four of our esteemed panelists have brought out very, very pertinent issues which are on one hand closely related to our culture, our legacy, and also to the basic economics of the household. So with this, can we open up to the entire forum, because it will be very interesting to hear from the young minds, from the generation next, what they are thinking. So yes, he's waiting patiently since long. So can we have a microphone, please? Please introduce yourself and please be brief in what you want to ask and to which of the panelists. Please be brief.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Shamik from the Heritage College. Ma'am, I'm from the Becom department actually. Ma'am, the thing is, in our Indian economy, if we statistically take a look at the figures, we will see that around out of all the MSME entrepreneurs, around 20.37% of the MSME entrepreneurs are women, and also 14% of the all the entrepreneurs across the nation are women. So I know that these are not considerable figures, but these are yes, to an extent, women we have in power. So, ma'am. So instead of always, which I also asked my mother as well when she was a working woman. So, ma'am, instead of always studying awareness like you did now, I appreciate your effort in accelerating the progress of women. But, ma'am, instead of, but since we have such influential women in the society who have been powered, so, ma'am, why? What would you tell them and incorporate in the mind of a women entrepreneur that why are they not paying more to the women than the men? Because it's instead of always asking for equity and equality from the society, women can themselves build an independent ecosystem of sharing equity amongst themselves. So, ma'am, yet the women entrepreneurs pay the male workers more than the female entrepreneurs. So why not building an independent ecosystem, asking for and sharing the equity, asking for and not asking and always not asking from the government? What would you say on that?
Thank you. So we will take a questions round first, and then each of you can. Yes, please take your seat. I think.
My audible is yes.
There's a microphone is there.
Mine's more of a clarification, really. Madam Ganguly mentioned something very interesting, that we almost use women empowerment and women labor force inclusion synonymously in a lot of these issues, and it should not be. So I was hoping to get a perspective from the ones sitting in the panel here in terms of the industries that are there in the country right now, what that scenario is like.
Can you just come up? What was the question?
So,
scenario of what?
In the Indian context, in various fields, be it finance, be it any other consulting, what does that seem like? Do we
the participation of women?
Inclusion and versus empowerment in general?
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Ma'am, I have a question myself.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So the main crux of the female labor force participation in India is that it's a tussle between care and work rejoicing. And I had a pondering really that I wanted to ask you that if the industry as a whole could think of a way to formalize the household work, the domestic help that they hire and everything, would that in turn help in some way to increase the labor force participation in a more organic way? Because in that sense, the stereotypical notion that care is involved and therefore women do not work can be reversed. I would like to hear your thoughts on this, if possible.
Anybody else?
So even today, we have patriarchal norms engraved and infringed in the very fabric of our Indian society, and that is something that echoed in all of the panelists' words, in how gendering of social responsibility and gender stereotyping in jobs have held women back. What I wish to ask you is how this process of unlearning these gender norms can be incorporated in our institutions, be it education or employment.
Okay, so we will come up with the responses. First, I would request Anushka to respond to him, where he was asking for a possible kind of a response from the women leaders that they pay more to the women. So, being an entrepreneur yourself, how do you see this?
So there are two ways to look at it. So my first thing is, of course, pay is very important. I don't know if they pay them less because of skill or other factors, or is it just because of their gender. If it's just, I feel the room is going to be very thin, the line is going to be very thin. And I feel like today in my organization, I can tell you what we do. Today's pay is not just based on your gender. It's not at all based on your gender. It's based on skill, it's based on your education, it's based on how you are as a team player, how various of other factors. And I feel like if there are 20% women entrepreneurs, it's inherently you will just have that thought where you just be more careful and ensure that gender pay gap doesn't come up, at least it comes to me. And the second thing what I feel is more than pay, what I feel would really help women leaders, women founders foster better women empowerment is when they decide to coach. Like, today, if there are 5 people in office who I feel have leadership potential as a woman, I would ensure that I try and give them leadership work. So I feel like that's when they start seeing that they have potential. So when they see it, then they're more likely to embark on a leadership journey, for example, other than just doing desk work. So I feel like, yeah, of course, pay is important, and as a woman founder, I am definitely very mindful when it comes to this, and I'm hoping everybody else is as well. But I feel like what could genuinely help them is if they start coaching and mentoring, and also sharing personal experiences about how what did they do as a woman founder, woman leader to have a startup or be an entrepreneur, what are the challenges they faced, and then coaching people from the lesson they learned through their journey.
Thank you. So, Shubhana, she wanted to know about.
I wanted to add, a small comment on that. While I would say paying a woman employee more or paying a male employee less may not really be the solution. It's all about equity. For instance, as you said, for women entrepreneurs, there are a lot of schemes. They are basically incentives to bring them into the entrepreneurial, environment.
Yeah.
So I think incentives to encourage more and more women involvement in all areas of life, whether it's entrepreneurship, whatever, in the education, political. Incentive, it perhaps may be a better way to go about it, which the government already has. Because if you're paying somebody more and someone less, it's again, there will be discrimination issues.
When I said I paying about more and paying about less, I just meant simply as in what she said, based on their interpersonal skills, based on their abilities at the job or of the job. So this is what I meant, that on their educational abilities. So I did not mean completely that since they are women, so they have to pay their women workforce more and the men workforce less.
Okay.
I just meant that on their abilities, as we do in a corporate culture.
Because I also feel
because I think as a woman, I would, and as say for in my instance as head of office, I have had an even playing field. So it is my responsibility to create that even playing field for all the other women as well. So I just look at that in that perspective.
And ma'am, rightly, like you said, I feel like, today when there would be more women entrepreneurs, I feel like they would be a little bit more mindful because they are aware about this existing in the industry, so they don't want to contribute to it, right?
Shubhana, she wanted to know more about the status. I think she wanted to know about wages for housework. Wages. No, not for housework. She wanted to know what you asked the question, right? That's what you wanted to have a wage gap. You wanted to know the status of women participation. Inclusion. Is that leading to empowerment is not the same? She mentioned you. Oh no, I think she mentioned Shruti. So Shruti, would you like to respond?
Yeah. I think her question is related to what I had just referred, that today when we talk about women empowerment, it often gets misinterpreted as just bringing them to the workforce and counting the number of women who are there. And I think she wanted to check it from the forum on the dais today, that what do they think, and from the industry experience that they bring in, what is their take on that? I mean, if I'm right, that's the question, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. So it was for the people on the dais, but I can, if you want me to elaborate, I possibly can do
Virtually
that.
on the dais.
I'm sorry.
You are virtually also on the dais.
Yes, that I am. But probably I'll let the women speak, and then I will, if there's something left, I'll definitely add on.
Okay.
I just add a sentence. I think what Shruti said was that inclusion is. She didn't say inclusion versus empowerment. She said inclusion is not the only thing to empowerment. So so it's not really an inclusion versus empowerment question, but I think you have probably more equipped to answer.
So, a lot of times, all of my social media agencies will come and tell me, Anushka, I need a team photo where 80% are women in your team, right? So, I want a team photo where it looks like there are few women and then there are so many more women, few men and so many women in the photo, so we can talk about women empowerment. And I often get offended. I'm like, today we're not hiring 80% women because I want you to take a photo and put it on LinkedIn. This is not women empowerment. What is women empowerment is when you bring them to office, and then when you bring them to office, you let the decision making be with them. You let them decide what's best for their team. So I feel like I really appreciate that Shruti's pointed this out, because this is something I totally believe. Sometimes a lot of people want to show inclusive environments in office, so they will just hire black people, or like when I used to be in London, they used to hire black people, and then they used to hire women just to create an inclusive space, but that is not true empowerment. Empowerment is when you hire and you let them be and let them flourish and do what they're really good at doing. You hire smart people and let them do your work. So I feel like, that's something.
So this brings us to the third question, which was monetizing the unpaid labor, right? The one who are working household in the household. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's been one of the part of the feminist movement, right? To wages for housework, that you monetize unpaid care. Actually, there has been some conversation actually around this during this election campaign from some of the prominent some of the political leaders, or actually one of them, who's talked about paying women for the kind of housework that they do. So, wages for housework, monetizing unpaid labor is definitely I feel like it's a very important step, but it's going to be very difficult, of course, because what is quantifiable and what is not has been a debate that paid domestic work has not been able to solve. So, when you come to unpaid domestic work, it's more complicated, but that is definitely that's been the feminist movement globally, that you realize this as labor. I just want to make one point in relation to the question that we asked, and this is about the state. So you said, why do we have to depend on the state? Why can't women and entrepreneurs do it themselves? Now the problem with not depending on the state is the problem of intersectionality. So the state is the only way that marginal people from lower castes, people from um, minority religions groups, people from tribal groups. It is only a state which can structurally create institutions through which they can access some of these scopes or channels of empowerment that a lot of us are more easily able to inherit. When I say easily, I don't mean that is just comes easy, but I'm saying that it is really not a level playing field in that sense, because it's a very intersectional society that we live in.
So when it comes to the monetizing issue of the unpaid labor, this reminds me of the famous macroeconomist Pigu's comment that if you marry a domestic worker, the GDP goes down. So the fourth question was related to how do we unlearn the legacy? That what is there in continuing in the patriarchy, and it's not just after marriage that it starts from the very childhood. So how do we unlearn it? Would you like to comment?
One small point with the lady's point there. I just wanted to mention that, during, for instance, my generation of professional employees, the number of women and men were much less. And we had to be 10 times more resilient and exceptional in our work to fight those 10 others in the same category. So that gap is reducing, but while many of the corporates, flash that we have had this much percentage of women recruitment, up the peak of the pyramid, there are very few. Yes, there are very few women leaders who reach the peak. So that's another area to work on.
In fact, if I might take another minute, since ma'am, PRD ma'am,
Can we talk after during the break?
Yes. So unlearning, I think charity begins from home. In each of our homes, we have to teach our children right from a tender age the concept of equality. I think we need to grow them in an environment where we have equality as a fundamental practice in our daily living. That is one. Second is that I think it is very important while we teach our children and grow them in terms of equality, it is very important to build that confidence in both the boy and the girl that, you are an individual, you are a human being. Don't always think of yourself as a woman in certain places or a man in certain places. Like over a period of time, when I walk into office, I walk in as the head of office. I don't walk in as a woman manager or male manager. So I think it's in the growing times that you need to instill this value in the children, and I think if they grow in that environment of equality, it is bound to kind of spread amongst their peers.
Thank you, Devdatta. Shruti, any quick closing comments from you?
Yeah, I think one, as a parent, for sure, but I think even at a workplace where we spend so much of our time, we are grooming our teams, we are talking to people, and one, we need to walk the talk, and second, we have to break the biases across the teams, not just women who work and help them mentor coach, but also the men who are perhaps thinking in a certain way, because that's the way they have also grown up. So making them conscious of those choices, making them aware, and I think together is how it will work. So that's the thing. We need to walk the path, and we need to ensure that everybody is aware of how the decisions have to be made. So that's what my points would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all who have participated and enlightened us on many of the issues. And as I said in my opening remarks, there's miles to go before we sleep. So let's unite and think like what Chitrangada wanted to have, not behind you, but beside you. With that, thank you.
On behalf of all of us, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists for gracing this discussion with their presence and insightful contributions. We are extremely grateful to you all for sharing your expertise and experiences and shedding light on the critical issues surrounding female labor force participation, women inclusion in politics, and various other aspects of the society, Cinderella complex, and more such pressing issues. Your thought perspectives have truly enriched our understanding. I'm sure all of us here have learned much today from this truly eye-opening session. So now I would request my classmates to kindly felicitate our guests. I would first ask Shreya to come on stage and felicitate Dr. Banerjee. Next, I would ask Amit to please come on stage and felicitate Ms. Vatwal. I request Shaptoshi to kindly come on stage and felicitate Dr. Datta.
So finally, a man on the stage.
Now I request Anushka to please come on stage and felicitate Ms. Nandwani. Ms. Ganguly is present virtually with us. So I would like to extend another round of thanks and our heartfelt gratitude to Ma'am for lending us her valuable time and thoughts. Thank you, everyone. I would now request all the participants and everyone else to head out for the high tea, and all the paper presentation participants will come back to the auditorium for the event in 15 minutes. Lok Sabha to go in 9. Lok Sabha room 9. And Lok Sabha participants go to room 9 after the high tea. We would request you all to stay on stage for a picture with the organizing committee, and we would request the faculty members to please join us on stage for the picture.
We have female on the stage. Yeah, because of this light.
লাইটটা পড়ছে মুখে পড়ছে লাইটটা পড়ছে আমি লম্বা কি করবো সামনে বসে যাবো প্রজেক্টের লাইটটা মুখে পড়ছে না
Thank you.
Thank you.
আচ্ছা ওই আগের বারের মতন বিষয়গুলো এসে গেছে আসছেন ও আচ্ছা এ বাবা আপনাকে রেখে বলছি বটল রেখে
Yes, you may.
I hope it's visible.
Yeah, we can see that. Go ahead. All the best.
Thank you. So good afternoon. We are Shaina Maria, Ganga, and Jyoti Smita from University of Hyderabad. We all are from second year MA Economics. So our study topic is exploring gender disparities in economics academia in India, a comprehensive study. So, academic economics typically include all those who are in working in universities or research institutions. So, the studies globally indicates that the women hold around 25 percentage of senior level positions and 37 percentage of junior level positions in economics department at universities and business schools. The number bachelor's degree and master's degree is comparatively closer to parity with men, but the number receiving PhDs in economics remains lower. So this includes a potential leak in the pipeline as women progress through their academic careers. The data varies across profession, but like in other industries, or if we see the financial commission chairman or reserve bank governor or the finance ministers itself, it the trend leans towards underrepresentation. So there are certain norms still hold women back in the doors of their homes, where women are socially expected to have more responsibilities in household works and taking care of children and etc. So all these scenario gives the problem of missing women in economics. In the literature, when we went through, the majority of the studies were relating to the low representation in economics faculty, regarding their publications, their attendance in conference, and how it impacted on the career progressions, etc. I'm not explaining all these. So the major issues which we found from the literature are regarding that women participation in prestigious conferences are comparatively less, and the underrepresentation starts at undergraduate level of economics. Uh, and it is seen that the economics department with senior female professors recruit more women, and the more applied mathematics in economics is also a factor for it. And the research gap which we found is that there are less studies in this topic in Indian context, and the existing studies are also mainly concentrated on the publications and conferences related like that. And mostly it doesn't really explain why the number is less, why less women is there in economics. So our objectives are to analyze the gender composition in various higher institutions for economics in India, and to identify the systematic barriers contributing to the underrepresentation of women in academic economics. So for this, we used both primary data and secondary data. Primary data we collected through questionnaires in Google Forms to masters in students who are doing masters in economics, PhD scholars in economics, and women faculty members in economics across various institutions in India. And the secondary data we collected from the AISHE final reports 2020-21, and from the official websites of IITs, IIMs, and Central University, like which all are recently available. The current data we took, and we used more like a qualitative and a combined quantitative analysis. So coming to the gender composition among faculties in IIT, we can see that the average percentage of female faculty members in IITs are 27.50 percentage, and among the 16 IITs which we collected data, only like in five of them there is not even a single female faculty member. And coming to the IIMs, the average percentage of female faculty members are 22.23 percentage, and among the 20 IIMs, four of them doesn't have any female faculty members, and two doesn't even have economics. Like in IIT's case also, there is no really a separate economics department. Mostly it's like under the humanities and social science or the liberal arts departments. Uh, Central universities, these are the like we have given the female to male proportions, and the percentage of women faculties to the total number of faculties. We have segregated it according to the professorship and associate professor and assistant professor, like women members in economics. So what we found is that out of the 380 economics faculties all over, 68 were female. That is just a 21.4% of the total faculties. It is comparatively less, when we take the number of central universities in India. And in five of these 32 universities, there is not even a single woman economic faculty member. Women faculty faculties are mostly limited to assistant professors, hindering the vertical segregation. Mostly it is found that the work culture in IITs and IIMs are like more like research output oriented, or like they have to continuously show their career achievements and outputs, the number of frequency of mentorships they are giving, conferences they are attending, publications, and also the newly established universities are mostly in remote areas. It may also a factor for the difficulty for women faculties, because shifting there for their spouses to get an employment, or for the children to get good education institutions, etc., would be difficult. And next, Ganga, in the gen.
Yes, good afternoon all. So this is why we chose economics academia, where it is obvious that they are less in number than other social science streams. Also, when it comes to job markets, which is faculty positions, in our department, in a central university itself, out of 19 faculties, only two are women faculty members. One holds a position of professor, and other faculty holds a position of associate professor. The representation itself is low, and for the need of students as well, women representation is important so that it can be more diverse. Diverse in terms of policy research as well. So in this graph, we can see number of enrollment in masters and number of completion in masters in economics. So here female enrollment is more, and female completion rate is also more. But comparing to enrollment, completion rate is declining. When it comes to MPhil in economics, MPhil is declining because recently there people who are completing students who are completing masters in economics can directly go to PhD. So then comes the PhD. Here is the real problem. So according to India today, this dropout issue starts from school level itself. Like 3.5 million students have dropped out from 10th in the year 2021 to 2022. In PhD also, we can see more dropouts from 2012 to 2012, which is 37.84%, and now it is 25% only completing PhD in economics. So here, male and female enrollments are equal, more or less equal, but the completion rate, when we see the completion rate of females goes to 9%, which is drastically declining. In the table, we can see. So survey results, this is the survey results of our primary research. Most of our respondents who responded are from the marginalized community, and few are from more faculty members are from general category, and very few are from marginalized groups. There are more percentage of post-graduation students pursuing masters in public institutions, and faculty members are from private institutions more. So challenges of MA students are master students have responded negatively towards facing any disparities during the course of study in economics. Even some universities, they are conducting debate like why in economics women are more. So refused to acknowledge fact that lesser women are there in academia globally compared to other social sciences. So for the questions we asked, maximum of them responded no. For the questions like are they facing any challenges related to gender issues, are they facing any kind of discouragements, so these kind of questions. So then come their choice. The reason for not going for PhD was, however, not any gender based disparity, rather lack of personal interest, long term commitment, academic pressure, lack of jobs, role model, etc. So this is the challenges faced by PhD scholars. Almost 95% of the respondents are unmarried and pursuing PhD from public institutions only. Uh, when we asked them the question like, are they facing any challenges while discussing their research with their guide, or facing any issues with the colleagues? So, are they being forced to be a co-author? Maximum of the questions they answered no. And for the question, have you ever thought of quitting PhD? 31.25% of members responded yes. The reasons they stated were financial constraints, lack of proper opportunities, and support from peers, lack of recognition, lack of job opportunities, stereotypes and biases, and other socio-cultural reasons. Over to Jyotishmita.
Hello, everyone. So I am going to look at the responses that we got from the women faculty members through our primary study. So uh, there is a shift in the trend from the responses from the masters and PhD scholars. They have responded negatively towards facing any disparities, but the women faculty members have replied affirmatively towards existence of disparities during their workplace. Mostly, the main point is that when we ask them whether they have observed any gender disparities in allocation of research resources and ministry support, they almost 55% responded affirmatively. And also, when we ask them whether they have experienced any gender-based disparities within the department, then also almost 35% have responded yes. So there has been a shift in trend because the MA students were not much aware of and were not facing any disparities regarding gender. But the working women who are involved in academics and research, they have reported existence of and facing disparities during their workplace. So now I will just summarize the whole findings. From the secondary data, we got to know that there is not much difference in the male and female enrollment in the programs, study programs in economics, but there has been a significant gap in the PhD completion rate because we see that men are ahead of women in completing their PhDs, and half of the women have already quit the PhD midway. That which we have got from the AISC report. And then we also see the evident disparities in the faculty composition in the IITs, IIMs, and the central universities. Then, from the primary data, we can conclude that the experience of women in the academia changes with the number of years they are engaged in it, because we can see that the PG students reported less disparities, but that increased with the PhD scholar, and that again multiplied with the faculty members. So we have just concluded from the study that academia is fairly open to women during their educational years, but as they are involved more and more into research and in their workplace, they face some certain kind of gender disparities. Yeah, moving ahead to the limitation of the study. So the main limitation is we have got only 96 responses. So that sample is quite small to make a generalized conclusion. And also there is a lack of data availability because in the websites of the higher institution, there are lots of institutions we could not get the data from. So what needs to be done? we will just expect more the peer in academia and research to be more open and encouraging towards women. And as the faculty members has reported biases in research distribution, so there should be funding and available opportunities to everyone irrespective of gender. And there should be support from family, of course. And to conclude all of that, we have seen that there has been more and more women in the education. There are women in masters and bachelors in economics, but the thing is that when they have to enter the workforce and in academia and whether in academia or research, there has been lesser representation. But that would only lead to like educated people with without job and with all their half big dreams. So we will expect that all this be considered, and we will expect that there are opportunities for to ensure the participation and accessibility in academic research. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that enlightening presentation. We would like to ask the judges to ask their questions. So, Shaina, thank you for a good presentation. So, sir, do you have any question? Any question from the audience? Sir, any comments? Or
Can you open the camera? I don't.
Has anyone asked anything?
I was listening that they have actually done very well by trying to at least get the data, whatever they can get access to, and they have asked the right questions. At this stage, I guess their effort should be appreciated. And if they want to extend this, then that thing will improve. But all good wishes to them. I don't want to criticize anything because this effort looks really brilliant, beautiful. Any other questions from the audience? Comments? So I have one not question, clarification probably the data. I have not seen anything. So I wanted to know whether you checked the composition of the selection board, right? You had something, faculty recruitment and also for MPhil and PhD. So what the thing that I'm trying to understand, depending on the selection board, there is a possibility that if the selection board composition is itself biased, and if it's an interview format, then it may be the case that the selected candidates would be more, male compared to female, compared to the situation with the selection board has more female representatives. So in that case, so apathy or this against female, behavior of the approach is actually trickling down through the selection board and to the next phase or next generation of recruitment, and then it may again go down to the further level. So, did you have any information regarding the selection board? Or one more thing, whether you have chosen these two things as different categories like written test and the interview board, because in case of written test, this possibility should not be there. So, did you have this information in your survey?
Sir, regarding the recruitment process, in our questionnaire, we didn't included that part. There can be unintentionally biased, but no of our responded like they have faced any discrimination because of their gender or particularly like that. Uh, it's mostly like their perception about it, but majority of them responded like there is not much. But as I said before, like it's mostly the achievements, academic achievements, which makes a person qualify through all these things. So woman has some things, some societal expectations, which in a way influence their academic growth or the career growth.
Okay, not a question really from my end, but just a few suggestions. I'm sure you would like to take this research forward. So for that,
Sure.
yeah, yes, please. Yes, so Number
Sir, you were
one.
not audible.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Your audio was breaking, sir.
Okay. So number one, when you are presenting the data that you created out of the responses, and when you checked from the website the proportion of women faculties, students that you got, I suggest that you sort the data. Okay, check in what type of institutes you are having the highest concentration by gender and what type of institutes you are having the lowest concentration, and break them up by whether you are having that in, say, private or say technical schools where perhaps maybe they are going by certain other criteria beyond the need for ensuring equity, etc., in the admission, in the employment characteristic. So maybe state and central university will get a slightly different number as compared to private college or in some of the IITs perhaps. So check that perspective, number one. Number two, I suggest that you try to get the responses from both the perspective that, say, completion of PhD thesis, for instance, people who have submitted their thesis, people who have not submitted their thesis, in IITs, IIMs, and state and central universities. Kind of all four boxes you are clicking. Then you are coming to a balanced sample, and maybe some of the questions you are asking, then you are going to get a very nuanced answer for them. Right now, perhaps the sample, as other questions earlier, comments earlier suggested, might remain a little, biased. So that's one of the problem I felt. Once you get a balanced sample, then you can come out with a couple of skaters. Say number one, in y-axis, you can look at the say family income or family support of the respondents, and on the other axis, you can look at plot the submission of PhD thesis. That will help you to understand whether what is the underlying reason why you are getting the submission or non-submission. Another way of looking at that, say location in one axis and the percentage of gender representation that you have come out with in another axis. So in that case, again, it will come out very clearly that what is the role of other factors that might be there in getting the submission, employment, etc. So these are just some of the suggestions coming to my mind. Okay, so you might try to take the research forward with a better representation of the data you are having so that the conclusions become very interesting.
Sir, actually, this was like part of our coursework, economics of discrimination. So it's very valuable advices from you, which we could include it in our. If you could expand, we will
To
do
honor
it. Sir.
your next phase of research will start from where you stopped actually. So that's it from my end. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Voice is
Sir, can you repeat it once? Your voice was breaking little.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Tawfiq, so it's a pleasant surprise to see that I studied from Hyderabad only, University of Hyderabad. So, uh, maybe it's the first paper we have got today is from University of Hyderabad. So, my alma mater. So, good to see in masters people doing this kind of research, because when I was there, it's totally a different kind of research, like in finance and all those things. As I don't have any question or something, but it's just a suggestion, as Devashi sir said. For PhD completion, between male and female, the factors are different. Say, for example, socio-political, not political, socio-economic factors. Say, for example, the uh, proportion where from these PhD students come, the pressure to get a job is different on a male and a female, and other also stereotypical kind of questions. But the
cultural kind of thing to get settled down, to marry before 30 and all those things. So that will have a more impact because some people, what we see outside is we may see there is institutional discrimination against women, but you have to see from the other side also, as Devashi said, some people voluntarily quit PhD because of the pressure from the social side and cultural side. So you may maybe in the next round you may include such kind of questions that will give a more elaborate story for this kind of thing. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Actually, we have included these things, sir, but due to time constraint, we didn't explain it in this presentation. In paper, we have
Yes, that's good. And maybe the sample size is a little bit small, so maybe just want to get some responses. So I'm sure it will be a good paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So wonderful start to the paper presentation that we have today. We learned a lot about gender disparities in education, especially in economics. And it starts us off on the right note today. The second paper that we have is a model-based study, War's Consequences on Global Supply Chain, Manipulating Developing Nations' Trading Pattern. This is by Shivaji Mitra, Shruti Banerjee, Shushmita Ghosh, shown up more. We'll ask them to kindly grace the stage for their presentation. Once we let you know that the time is begun, you may start. So your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone.
It's the full screen. Artesh. This one. Yes. Full screen is done.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am Shushmita Ghosh, and my co-speakers are Shivaji Mitra and Shruti Banerjee and Shonam Bhatt. Today, we are presenting a model-based study, War's Consequences on Global Supply Chain, Manipulating Developing Nations' Trading Patterns. First, we will introduce you to global supply chain and how war affects the global supply chain. So, the global supply chain is a network of suppliers, manufacturers, and distributors that span multiple countries and continents to produce and distribute goods and services to consumers. As we all know, historically war is inevitable. We cannot stop war from happening. War can be extremely destructive and it also creates destruction to humankind. It also takes out the peace from the world. War also manipulates the trading pattern worldwide, and developing nations bear the burden of war, while developed nations basically takes advantage from the situation in terms of trade, slows down the growth of the development of developing nations. Next, we move to the part of Russia-Ukraine conflict. Russia and Ukraine share history from a long time, and Ukraine became independent in the year 1991 after the fall of Soviet Union. The active war started from the year 2014, but at that time Russia did not take the blame of active involvement in that situation. After that, two Minsk agreement was signed between Russia and Ukraine, but that was of no use as Russia had their own demands and did not want to leave their stand. Disturbances were there until 2022 when Russia left.
State your objective.
Russia left Kiev. From the presentation, we can see that the supporters of Russia and Ukraine, Ukraine got support from the US and the European Union. They also got financial and humanitarian aid from the different countries. China and India did not support any of those two countries directly, but they maintained a strategic partnership with both of the countries, as Russia
And with the conflict of Russia and Ukraine, Ukrainian economy was affected very much, and the real GDP growth rate of Ukraine fell down to minus 29.1% at that time in 2022. Next, we will move on to the part of empirical study.
This paper represents descriptive statistics of real life scenario of Russian war situation. And firstly, we will show the graph where Ukraine and Russia is a major trading partner of India. We can see that we can see from the graph that changes of intermediate inputs mainly used in manufacturing sector in India that we import from Russia and Ukraine. Okay, so consider four intermediate goods: fertilizer, iron and steel, rubber, and mineral oil and fuel. Mainly, it shows the volume of India of volume of trade decreases 3.38 billion in 2021 to 2.58 billion in 2022 from that year. Now, see the input side of India that from Russia. We can clearly see the upward shifting of the intermediate goods that India import from Russia in the invasion period. India takes the advantageous situation of price discounted price situation and ruble trade policy that affect India to bring a huge a lump sum amount of goods, intermediate goods from Russia, and Russia takes that advantage as well. In the previous case of crude oil import from Russia, we can see a clearly upshifting of shifting of crude oil import from Russia by India. Here, 2020, we can see 2.05 billion USD import from Russia, but in 2022 it rise and goes up to 33.7 billion USD that time. That is mainly for that two reasons, and it also helps India because of the European countries did not directly import oil from Russia. Being Russia a huge one of the biggest nation to export the oil and the gases. So then, so that India got the advantageous situation, China also got the advantageous situation. But then we can clearly see India import intermediate goods of like crude oil and export that crude oil in form of refined product. In 2022, there is a huge shift of export from India that is export 2022 and 23 because of the United European countries didn't allow to take that export oil from the Russia directly. So India got that position to take that market full market advantage. Next, food Ukraine as a silent weapon for Russia. That is mainly that quote is from the deputy chairman of Russian Security Council. Um, Mainly, after the active war situation, Ukraine production of wheat drastically fall due to the war situation. Then Russia continues to develop the productivity in the agriculture sector, and they increase their production and export in the agriculture sector. I would like to invite Shruti to explain the model section.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the base structure of the model. It is derived from, it is an extensive version of Jones' 1971 model. This model is derived for a nation which is developing and is not participating in the war directly, but it is a major trading partner with the countries at war. Now there are three sectors in the model: agricultural, manufacturing, and service sector. The agricultural sector uses unskilled labor, while the manufacturing and service sectors are using skilled labor. There is domestic capital that is mobile between agricultural and manufacturing sector, while foreign capital is immobile and is used by the service sector. Then we have intermediate product that is imported from the foreign countries that are at war and is used by the manufacturing sector. Move on to the next slide. These are the notions and the explanation of the abbreviation used in the model. We move on to the next slide. That is the equational section of the model. The first three equations describe the price system. From the price system, as this is a decomposable model, we can get the values of the factor prices and their changes. And from the output system, that is from equation 4 to 8, we can get the values of the output that are produced in the three sectors. From equation 9, we have the employment condition in the agricultural sector. Then we move on to the working of the model. So in equation 2, as we have noticed, there is a beta parameter that captures the effect of the shock. That is, the shock in this model is what? Beta is greater than 1 when there is shock in the model, and it's equal to 1 when there is peak. As there is a shock in the model, that is, there is war taking place in any of the other countries, we experience a spillover effect of this war in this economy that for which the model has been derived. Beta parameter is increasing as there is a shock. As a result, there will be an increase in price of the intermediate input that is being imported from the foreign countries that are at war. As this economy is a small open economy, validating the assumption from Jones 71 model, the economy is a price taker and it needs to maintain the price level in each of the sectors. In order to maintain the price level in the manufacturing sector, and as there is a rise in beta parameter, rising the price of the import, there will be a fall in wage of the skilled labor. R, which can be derived from the equation 1, that is this
the previous slide.
equation of slide.
Yeah. How you explain?
R, which can be derived from the first equation, that is the return to the domestic capital, cannot fall, as it is derived from equation 1. In equation 1, the value of PA and W bar, which is fixed, is already known. And hence, therefore, there will be a fall in WS. WS is the wage for skilled labor. As the wage for the skilled labor is falling in manufacturing sector, there shall be a fall in wage level of the skilled labor in the service sector, due to which we know the factor price equalization theorem is valid. And in order to maintain the PZ, there will be a rise in RA, that is the return to foreign capital. This gives us a change in the factor prices that is taking place due to war. Now coming to the output system. As beta parameter is increasing, there is as a whole beta into pi star, that is the price of intermediate input product that is being imported, is also increasing. There will be a fall in import, that is xi star will fall. As xi star is falling, there shall be a fall in xm, that is the output of the manufacturing sector. As the output of the manufacturing sector will fall, given the endowment of the skilled labor from equation 4 and reducing xm, we can observe expansion in the output of the service sector. Similarly, given the endowment of domestic capital from equation 5 and the falling XM, we can observe an increase in or expansion in the output of the agricultural sector. Given if there is an expansion in the output of the agricultural sector, the employment in agricultural sector can rise. But in that case, the unemployment in the agricultural sector will fall. But as a result of which, we can get to a scenario of disguised unemployment. That is the marginal productivity of the labor that are getting allocated in the agricultural sector shall fall. This is the work. This is a change in the factor prices. This is a change in the output that we can get from the output system when the war is taking place. This is all about what happens when there is an increase in unskilled labor employment and fall in unemployment. Then we come to the scenario where we should choose peace over conflict. It is a great day in Kolkata, but surely not a great day in Russia and Ukraine or anywhere where there is no peace. War unstabilizes psychological and physical health. Also, the social and economic problems arise due to it. Macroeconomic problems like rise in inflation and GDP has been and fall in GDP growth has been observed across the world on an average. These data can be easily sourced from World Bank open data site. Also, due to the problem of war, there can arise the problem of deglobalization. As deglobalization slows down the creating
That's your time. Kindly wrap up.
as deglobalization will create a problem in the trading pattern, there shall be a problem of local markups by the suppliers who might act as a monopoly. As we can see from the data in the year 2022, when there was a food sales inflation in Ukraine, there was a higher inflation in India compared to other years. Move on to the next slide. Now the observations are, we see a expansion from the model in case of agricultural and service sector while the contraction in the manufacturing sector. And this model gives us a contradictory result from what we have seen empirically. That is, there will be a fall in the manufacturing sector, but contradictory to this result, data shows that India was able to import higher level of crude oil from Russia, as a result of which in 2023, they were able to produce more manufacturing products and were able to expand the production in the manufacturing sectors producing refined products. In 2022, India was importing a higher level of fertilizer from both Russia and Ukraine, leading to a higher product, which was a leading cause for the higher production in agricultural sector. But apart from all these economic problems, peace should always be chosen over war because it kills thousands of people, and most importantly, innocent animals and innocent people are victim of this war. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. We would first like to ask our distinguished professor for his opinions.
Thank you for, I think it's a very good presentation. Your model is, I mean, it's not surprising from your model that, I mean, your model captures reality because the exercise that you show in your model is with a higher beta. Do the same thing with a lower beta.
Yes.
What India got was a lower beta. So for India, manufacturing expanded, and what you wanted, you'll get that because that's true. But there is I would ask you to refine. I'm not saying anything about the model. I'm just asking to refine your queries or exactly what you want to discuss. Because, for example, decline in the price of oil that India enjoyed over a significant period of time sometimes does not translate into the price of oil that we use, because the government very intelligently actually raises tax so that the effective price of oil in the country does not change. So what does change is the revenue. Actually, government of India was saving crores and thousands of crores of revenue per month. But if you really, I don't know what really happened, but if it would be interesting, you can get the data that when this process was going on, what happened to the price of the intermediate in India? Because that gives you another dimension. You see, when you talk about, say for example, in this case war, but it can be like, uh, discovery of oil in North Sea. This happened from where you also have an extension of this thing happened in Jones's 71 paper on earlier with, it's called Dutch disease. Dutch disease is that when oil is explored, those sectors which use oil very much, they expand, and the sectors which don't use oil that much will contract. So there is a disease for those sectors also. In our case, in this case, what you can add is that there are two policies. One is the global policy, global whatever shock you are having. It may be higher beta, lower beta, whatever. In India's case, it was lower beta or maybe something. But the other thing is that there is a public finance aspect of it. That the government may not allow that price to, if it increases, it may reduce tax. If it decreases, it may increase tax. So in some cases, those shocks may not get translated into actual pricing within the country. So what would be the implication of that? Why the government is doing? That is number one. Number two is, yes, the war has different implications for different countries. I mean, because we were not affected by war, we just affected by trade. But here we are affected positively by trade. So that is India's luck, nothing else. And from your data, you can actually relate to the fact that India was reselling oil at a higher price after receiving a lower discount from Russia. So that also added to the revenue or something like that. Otherwise, it's all right. I don't see how agricultural production can respond very quickly, because agriculture is very rigid. It has to, you have to give some time, because actual agricultural production is very supply constrained. So maybe some of these ideas should come in.
Thank you for your feedback, sir. We would like our judges to ask their questions, please.
I think this, I don't think there will be anything over and above what Majid sir said. What you actually did here is you mix two things. The conclusions you draw from this. So for example, you are showing that there was inflation in Ukraine, inflation in India. So that's it. So it's not necessary that it came from war. There was two things going on simultaneously: COVID as well as.
In the COVID year, there was also a hike, and also there was a drop in 2021, and again there was a hike in 2022.
So that may be because of the pent-up demand from the COVID. So it's not that you just captured it through only through the war, because as Margit has said, it was opposite of what actually can be thought of. It's what it was for India. Maybe because of the stroke of luck, we were having low oil prices, and as Margit has said, you can see that through the fiscal consolidation, the fiscal deficit, which wouldn't wide very much in the COVID, was because of the low oil prices, where the revenues were brought into the fiscal consolidation by the central government. So you can look at the fiscal policy as well in this. What happened to the fiscal deficit, particularly in that time.
Just adding to what Tofik just said, when you look at inflation, agriculture, for instance, we talk about the potential opportunity in Russia-Ukraine war, but we didn't allow wheat export to take place, right? And if we look at otherwise in the agricultural sector, MSP, the debate, farmer protest we have all seen, and we are witnessing the gradual withdrawal of the government from the input subsidy markets, right? Be it diesel or other factors. So that might be just to support what Tawfiq said, could be another source of inflation, right? And when we look at manufacturing, again, we look at the skilled wage from one perspective, from the theory we can look out. But you see, India is part of number of regional trade agreements, right? Where the import tariff on intermediates is coming down and tariff on final product we are increasing even within the RTS. So the tariff escalation effect is taking place. So you imagine the combined effect on the inflation in the market for the consumers when you consider, right? So from that perspective, I think the contradiction you are getting, maybe you are looking it from a macro perspective from where it is coming. Okay, when you look at the granular level, some of them can be explained. I'm sure if you write the paper for a journal, you will look into them and will be able to decipher the traits that are coming out.
Very quick, one or two comments. So whenever I look at this thing, essentially, you have three specific factors, right? Beta PI is a specific factor there. So just I was trying to understand, so for goods trade in any sector, it is coming from another country, you are importing this, it's a part of global value chain. But if you try to look at this global value chain from the perspective of country like India, it is more in service, right? So if you try to account that service, word has something to do with cross parameter, right? So for global value chain in service, means you are outsourcing a part of service from another country. So you are depending on somebody, right? So if your trust parameter goes down, it might have some cost effect. So I'd like to see more kind of complicated structure where this trust parameter will creep in here in a sector that produces services. Because a part is produced here, another part is produced there, and then you can have a total price of that commodity. This is one thing. The other thing, so this is, as Professor Martin said, it's a very classic case of textual nugget. So amalgamation of textual and specific factor model. In fact, Professor Jones and Professor Martin has this very classic paper here in 1993. You can check that paper. So I had also done some papers with Professor Martin, so using this similar structure. But here one thing is very important because I was trying to understand what is going to happen in the entire scenario if you introduce very cleverly elasticity of substitution in some sectors, in some factors, and not in some other sectors. So the entire results could be completely different. So you can try your hands in, playing around with this elasticity of substitution. Otherwise, it's a good at.
Thanks for that wonderful presentation on wars and supply chains and how that affects economies around the world. A small announcement here is that we will disperse for lunch right after the next paper is presented. Lunch is tentatively at 1:30. We will try to wrap this up whenever they end. So yes, we will not take off any time from you. The next paper is A Tale of Two Realities, a neoclassical approach to understanding the impact of deglobalization versus globalization in a developing economy, presented by Urthita Mukhopadhyay, Anushtup De, Onnoy De, and Ohana Mitro. Kindly have a round of applause for them. We will let you know when the time begins, and you can begin after that.
When we ready? Your time starts now.
The once unshakable and glorified edifice of globalization is now facing the tremors of change in the dynamic environment of world trade. Today, with the idea of globalization still being a revered one, with the World Bank reporting that globalization has uplifted millions out of poverty, and the IMF reporting that it has spurred technological advancement. Side by side, the idea of deglobalization is also gaining a stronghold in the world economy, with the World Trade Organization reporting a sluggish growth in stark contrast to pre-pandemic levels, and the Center for Policy Research in India reporting that the wage inequality gap between skilled and unskilled labor is ever increasing due to globalization. So our paper, The Tale of True Realities, a neoclassical approach towards understanding the impact of deglobalization versus globalization in a developing economy, tries tries to study developing economy and its two approaches towards shifting from an agrarian to a more manufacturing-based nation, from a developing to a developed nation. The two economic policy roadmaps that we study in a comparative statistics, one of them being a roadmap of deglobalization, where a representative non-traded intermediate good is introduced to be used in the manufacturing sector and produced internally. And this is a representative of more inward-looking economic policy, while the other roadmap being that of a globalization economic or an outward-looking economic policy, where where the tariff for this intermediate good is reduced to zero, and hence uh,
Right, so Anna has already told you about the motivation that we want to talk about how a developing nation essentially moves to a developed one, and whether the path is via deglobalization or globalization. So this is the first strategy considered in our first model. Actually, almost can we have the list? Yeah. So here we have a representative non-traded intermediate goods sector that is represented by equation 3 mainly, and which is demanded by the manufacturing sector only. The manufacturing sector in this context is a broader one in terms of goods and services really. And we have agriculture, which is the exportable sector of the economy, and manufacturing is the import competing sector. Our goal is to make the import competing sector more robust and help that grow via producing this homegrown intermediate input. So this model is solvable as we can express all. Can you go back to the previous slide? So the agricultural sector uses unskilled labor and domestic capital. The manufacturing sector uses skilled labor, domestic capital, and this non-traded intermediate input. While the intermediate input producing sector uses skilled labor and domestic capital. Domestic capital, as we can see, is mobile between all three sectors, and there is sector specificity in skilled and unskilled labor. Okay, so we can express all the input prices in terms of the price of the intermediate sector, and then move on to the unit requirements, and then we get three equations in essentially XM, XI, and PI, and then using the last demand supply condition, this model is solvable. I'm not going into that. We go into our comparative static exercise essentially. So here with deglobalization, what we do is increase in protectionism. So we increase this P. PM is actually PM star into 1 plus T is PM in my economy. PM star is exogenously given. We increased P here. And now what Sir mentioned a little while ago, if at the very first instance, I know PI is endogenous to this model, but if I hold it constant and I take it to the other side, I can essentially get an H or magnet in my equations, first two equations, these two equations. So I have WS and R on this side. So here I can use Stolper-Samuelson, and via that I see the WS, which is intensively used in the I sector, and capital, domestic capital, which is intensively used in the manufacturing sector. These are their results. WS falls because there's no change in PI considered at this point, and R rises. And then as R is mobile between all three sectors, R rises here, so W falls. W is unskilled labor wage. Now, once we have that, ALA being the unit demand for unskilled labor, as W falls, this rises. U is essentially our pool of unskilled labor. That remaining constant, XA falls. So essentially, my agricultural sector is contracting.
Then again from this, we get another Hexagonal nugget actually. So XA falls, and then in the capital full employment of capital equation, we take the XA term to the right hand side. We get this essentially works as a Rybczynski type effect. There is no actual change in the level of capital, but this term increases. And again, since manufacturing sector intensively uses domestic capital, XM rises and XI falls. That is so far. So we have XI falling here and AIM increasing because I'm so sorry, XM increasing. I'm so sorry. The adjustment is via AIM. So here there is a demand supply interaction that we see. Yeah. So here we see this is in the PIXI space. What is happening to my intermediate input due to these demand supply conditions? My demand is increasing on one hand because XM is expanding, my manufacturing sector is expanding, and yet there is a fall in XI. So which sector essentially, which force essentially is dominating? So there could be three outcomes here. The price PI increases unambiguously, but whether XI increases or not depends on the. Can you go back to the previous? Yeah. On actually the elasticity of this with respect to the change in PI that we observe. PI is increasing, but how much this changes? So on price elasticity of the unit demand requirement of the intermediate input in the manufacturing sector. On the basis of that, my shift in demand will be dictated. If my shift in demand is higher than my backward shift in supply, next slide, then I will get a positive XI, which leads me to the conclusion that with my XI sector then expanding, I can again expect my manufacturing sector, which is using this as one of its crucial inputs, can also become stronger and can become more robust. One more thing I wanted to mention here. Yes, okay. Now this is the primary level of effect. Okay. Now once PI changes, can we go back to the initial equation? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yeah, this one. Yeah. So again, when PI changes, we can bring up another H or nugget, and then again there will be changes in W and R. But here we essentially see that the primary effect tends to dominate. And also, for point to note, which we will be talking about in our comparative comparison between deglobalization and globalization later, is that here just WS and W move in the same direction. We do not comment about the magnitude by which they change, so we cannot say whether the skilled unskilled wage gap increases or remains unchanged or decreases, but we do see that these move in the same direction, which is not something we find in our globalization model, which almost totally.
Right. So the next approach is a globalization approach, and here we no more introduce a third sector, and we import the intermediate good, which is a more globalized approach. Now, here we can see that there are two tariffs: a tariff for the manufacturing good and the tariff for the import. And here we have taken the tariff for the manufacturing to be higher than the tariff for the import for obvious reasons. So here we have six equations and six unknowns, so the model is solvable. Your hats are below
yes,
the no, that was
very sorry, so that's fine.
This hat is for AIF.
No, this is for the next there is technical. Correct. Now for this approach, we have taken the tariff for the import to be zero. Like a more globalized approach, we are accepting more of the import. That's why we have taken P to be zero, PI to be zero. Now again, we from the second equation that we have seen in the manufacturing, this is the domestic price of the manufacturing, and this is the domestic price for the import, intermediate import. Now taking this to the left side, we again have we get this equation. Now So as this PI falls, we see an increase in the complete left hand side. Now the manufacturing sector is intensive, has a more specific uses a specific uh, factor which is R and WS, and correct. So here we see that here again we get a kind of an hexagonal nugget. Now uh, using the price magnification output, here R is the mobile factor and WS and W are the specific factors. So using the price magnification, we get to see that okay. Sorry, this is not a hexagonal nugget because this is Jones 71 model. That was my fault. Sorry. Now the increase in the WS is much higher than the increase in W, and the increase in R is moderate. That's why this is what we have shown here due to the price magnification effect. Now, coming to the output or the endowment equations, we see that as WS and W have risen, WS has increased, the ASM has fallen, the unit demand for the skilled labor in the manufacturing sector, and as W has fallen, the unit requirement for unskilled labor in the agricultural sector has fallen. Now, L and S being given the pool of labor, skilled labor and unskilled labor, the XA falls and XM rises. Okay. Now, from here we see that as we know that R had risen moderately, we see there is a fall in AKA and as well as a fall in AKM. Now, from the previous this equation, we had seen a fall in XA. That's why to maintain equality, XM has to rise, and the rise will be immense, which is what we are showing here. Okay. Now the comparison between both the approaches, okay, that will be.
A few things. This is not PA. This is PA hat is equal to 0. We've forgotten to put the hat. Here, I'm so sorry. That is PA hat is equal to 0, and hence W is 1. Okay, so as we see in the case of globalization, we saw that there is an unambiguous increase in the wage inequality. My unskilled wage is falling, my skilled wage is increasing, they're moving in opposite directions. But in case of deglobalization, there is a possibility that this might not happen given certain conditions, of course. So considering that we live in a world today where globalization is kind of inevitable, we, as policy recommendations, honestly suggest things like progressive taxation or trade adjustment assistance, which is being carried out by countries like Mexico, New Zealand, when they've opened their economies up. We talk about protectionism, but not in case of hardware import and all of that. That's mostly it. There were two papers, one after the other from Calcutta University, and both of us we worked on, in our last semester, we read a little bit about Sir Bilagi Marji's hybrid model, so I think that is why you see a lot of this. So that's mostly it.
Sir.
Thank you for the presentation. We would now like to ask our distinguished professor for his opinions.
Come on.
It's good to see these extensions. I think whom I remember very closely now is my mentor, who unfortunately passed away here 2 years ago or something. He would have been really excited by seeing that his work is remembered by these young scholars. I have some queries. It's not, I understand what you are trying to do. It's interesting because you are allowing the intermediate wood price to adjust in the first case.
And then it's
Then it's exogenously fixed. So you don't allow that increase in price of PI. So that's why
any change in that is based on my own government policies via T. So
via T. But anyway, your W is not your W is the unskilled wage is having a bad time.
Yes,
when
yes,
you are considering this thing. Now, when you keep PI fixed, are you still producing I?
So that was just for the working, honestly. We do take in the change in PI eventually.
No, but when you actually wrote down this.
For globalization. Oh.
For globalization.
So we are not producing I.
Oh, so
it's imported.
It imported.
XI is endogenous because how much I demand, how much of XI I am importing, that depends on
that's
my
true, but there is no production of I.
No. There is that
You
sector
see,
is only missing.
The only problem is, then why do you impose a tariff? See, that is the problem of if you don't produce that, you don't have that industry. What's the point of increasing the cost of production of your input? So it's all right. It's all right. This is a general problem that it's not your fault. I faced this when I was a young scholar. So I actually did exercises with tariff, and referees told me that you are not producing. Why? What are you protecting? Why you are so, sort of, why you so angry with imports of intermediate? So one thing though is that what you do is in the first suppose you allow production of Excel. It doesn't, that price is given in the rest of the world.
Right.
What you were doing previously, it was a non-traded input.
Right.
Now make it a traded input. It does not that it has zero production. It can be produced.
Okay.
And in fact, the model would be simpler because you can use this so-called hexagonal nugget very easily.
We could not use it in the second.
So the result there would be actually if you then for some reason you import you are producing that, so there is a reason that you want to impose protect or reduce that. Have little tariff, no problem. So your PIT will be
essentially we did take TI to be zero, but I get your point that there's no point in showing it like that.
Yeah, that is so. But I think it is better that if you continue to have the same structure.
Right.
But in one case you do where you non-traded and traded, and then you allow T to change and see how does it work out. Yeah, how does it work out? And their PI will not change, but interestingly, what the industries receive here will change. So if PI into 1 plus T is the price that the local producer are facing, if T goes down, it has the same effect as you not producing that wood. It has the same effect. So you allow T to fall. That is like globalization. And then you see how does it change.
So can we work on it and hopefully get in touch with you soon?
You can always get in touch with me even if you don't work on it. So that's not a problem. But this is how you have to justify this thing. I could see only this one, but maybe if you send me the paper, I will give you my comments a little more detail.
Thank you for your specific insight, sir. We would like our judges to ask their questions, please.
This kind of model, when Professor Majid says something after his comments, nothing is left. But still, I have something to say. So one thing that you can try, so Paul Andrews is a great economist of these days. He has recently written a small piece, Paul Andrews and Pamina Koenig. So a few pages of work. So they are trying to explain the whole thing not by using the word deglobalization, but they prefer to use it globalization. Not globalization, but slowing globalization. So how can you incorporate this thing into this framework? It's not T going up, but if it is T going up, I'm not very sure. But what if we bring in equation number 3 into equation number 4? You substitute PI there.
Yeah.
Then it's set to 0.
Any
of the structure.
First one.
Because your PI is intermediate.
Yes.
Right? So in that case, it's a classic specific factor model. Your PI has WSR.
Yes.
And you substitute PI there. It is a function of WSR.
One of them has unscaled labor and
so the question of Shirley-Nani does not come. It is a standard 7-to-1 model. It is possible in one thing. Then you might be interested to do something. The other thing that I was saying, since you have PI, why don't you produce it here and then go on explaining or comparing PI with international PI so that you can begin the issue of fragmentation. When PI is different from the international price, because you try to read the book by Professor Jones, it is globalization and the theory of input trade, probably. The only lecture, there is a chapter, there is a very fantastic diagram. He has drawn 3 curves, straight away 3 total cost curves, and then he explains this is the envelope. After this thing, you are going to fragment. After this thing, you are going to fragment. And he has another piece of work with Kurzkowski, where a framework for fragmentation. So this bringing in fragmentation could make the whole thing more interesting because this is the in thing these days. So you can try.
So the idea of actually fixing PI in the next one from the world market, we drew that from fragmentation. The thing is, we weren't very well versed with any of these theories. Honestly, we didn't want to take on that wide.
Vishwaji, you are right that market will not appear if PI is fixed. Because you can always substitute PI in terms of WS and also becomes a specific factor model.
Yes.
I was not saying right, except that
here PI is not fixed.
Yeah, but with non-traded PI, you will have nugget.
Yes.
But with traded PI, the way you have written this equation, until there is some differentiation somewhere, it would actually boil down to specific factor.
To sector 71.
Yes, you are right. Yes.
So, but this is non-traded.
I don't think there is room for too many comments. Just a suggestion, if you want to take it forward for a paper. Let's say, when we think of globalization or deglobalization, that traded input, and you are thinking of increasing the tariff, you can think of 2 distinct cases. Cases 1 are thinking in Indian context, when you are trying to go for Atmanirbhar Bharat type of a framework, that you are simply trying to reduce the import of the traded inputs, right? So that is one. And second is, when you are going for the tariff reform case now, you want to go for export promotion. So these 2 cases, if you can bring out theoretically, I think you are going to get some result that you can substantiate with existing data, be it price data, be it wage data, across sector, import competing, export promotion, different type of sectors. So that can be a good paper actually. So maybe in the final version of the paper, you will try to go in that direction. Okay?
Just ask one thing because all of you are here and I would love to ask it. This country, this is a developing country right now, exporting agricultural products. But I don't want my country to remain that way. I want it to become an exporter of manufacturing services at some point. How do I work around that if...
It's not necessarily true that the developed countries are not exporting agricultural goods.
No, they are US exports. I understand that, sir.
But corn law.
Yes, sir.
So UK was importing corn from some other countries. That country was neighbor of a developing country.
Right. But is there ever a possibility of my manufacturing sector eventually becoming so robust that I can export part of it?
There is a literature that you have to study. Try to look at a paper on trade and industrialization by Chota Ishikawa. You should look at this paper long ago in Canadian Journal of Economics. Chota Ishikawa, Nishrit knows him also. So he had a paper on trade and industrialization. They have a different kind of model. This is not really Jonesian model, but they have an approach in which they show how the patterns change. Now that is one way of doing it, that they have done it. I think they have increasing chance to scale or something like that. Because you see, here it is all CRS, but with increasing chance to scale, it means if your manufacturing is at a lower level of output, then the average cost is very high. So what you can actually do in this model is that there is a productivity factor, which is, let's call it alpha, that actually reduces the factor coefficients of the M sector uniformly. And that is a function of the output of M. So what happens is that if your aim is very low, these aims are very high. So aim will not be produced that much. And you will have a comparative advantage in agriculture. But this gets into another developmental issue and big literature on that then would you protect manufacturing to be a manufacturing exporter, that is your Atmanirbhar Bharat, or very early stage infant industry production argument. See, the question is, if you do it through competition, you might think that there is an equilibrium in which you can increase tariff such that it is going to happen. But be very careful, because as you impose tariff, you are actually incurring welfare loss.
Right.
And you are increasing, let's say, skilled wage. Skilled wage would be the lobbyists because they are going to gain. So you are getting the skilled wage thing. But when time comes, the skilled workers won't allow you to reduce T. They will continue to have this protection. That is the problem of infant industry argument. So, but you can do this case of having, like, it all matters with, because there is a tariff rate for which M will increase, alpha will generate, AIJs will fall, and you will switch from your supply advantage from agriculture to manufacturing.
So one thing that I was thinking of, if we bring in another sector and then do some manipulation in such a way that the A sector vanishes. A is my traditional export sector, and this is kind of, this finite change takes place in A. So the exporting sector collapses, then the new sector, manufacturing sector is emerging.
To start with, why that sector is not there.
Yes.
That is the first thing. So yes, maybe that's a much more productive sector. And it's possible that if A vanishes, then it comes up and then it's a new export sector. It's possible.
Thank you so much, Professor.
To finally use a mic that won't hurt me. This was a very nice first half of the paper presentation. We will continue after lunch. Kindly assemble here as soon as you are done with it. In case you don't know where the lunch is, please find our volunteers. We thank our esteemed judges. We thank Professor Marjit for being here, and we hope for your participation once the lunch is over. Thank you. See you. more. 15 minutes is the time allocated to you. And after 15 minutes, if you go beyond that time, we will be recording that. And that might play a factor. Secondly, questions will be asked to you for 5 minutes. And 5 minutes is the total time limit for it. We will now proceed with 6 paper presentations. So we hope you adhere strictly to this. We would like our esteemed judges to please take their seats on stage. Dr. Taufik Ajaz, Dr. Vishwajit Mondwal, and Dr. Rajish Chakraborty for the second phase of the presentation. We shall now call upon the first participant to please grace the stage. Shubhpriya Chakraborty presenting a paper on mapping gender norms and women's labor force participation, a district level analysis using National Family Health Survey, NFHS, and Economic Census Data, ECS. And we have a round of applause, please. Shubhpriya, we will be telling you when your time starts, and then go ahead.
The time starts now. Good afternoon. So I'll be presenting my paper titled Gender Norms and Women's Labor Force Participation, a district level analysis using National Family Health Survey and Economic Census data. So the motivation behind this research is that firstly, I'll start by explaining what I mean by gender norms and why is it important. So gender norms are unwritten rules and regulations in a society which govern the behavior of the persons living in that society. And the claim is that women get affected and they behave as they do due to the prevailing norms of an area. And norms also depend on how women exercise their autonomy. So gender norms becomes important in this context because a lot of economic and social outcomes are for women are determined due to prevailing gender norms of an area. And research has also shown that empowering women and challenging gender norms is not only beneficial for women's outcome but also for the broader social and economic development of an area. So there are broadly 2 research questions that I address in my paper. So the first research question is how to measure women's autonomy by constructing indices that reflect gender norms of an area. And the second is, are women more likely to work outside their homes in districts with more progressive norms? And to answer these 2 research questions, the data sets that I've used is National Family Health Survey Round 4, which was conducted in 2015-16. So NFHS is basically a nationally representative household survey. And I have considered variables from the women's questionnaire. There are different modules, and I have considered the women's module, and the questions are all asked at the individual level. And the second is Economic Census Data 2013. So I have constructed proportion of women working outside home from the Economic Census Data, and briefly ECS data is census data which contains information on all enterprises located within the country. And so this paper is a cross-sectional analysis. I do not claim causality. I look at the correlations. So from the NFHS data, I identify 7 dimensions of autonomy. So the gender norms. The first one is decision-making power, which basically reflects the agency, how much agency a woman has over her life. And these, I have considered 6 variables under that. And I will discuss about the decision-making index in details. And due to lack of time, I will not be able to go through all the indices separately, but all the indices have been made in a similar way. So the second is mobility. So how much a woman has access to outside world. The next one is ownership of big assets and ownership of small assets. So here it is important to know that I split up asset into big and small categories because big assets refers to assets such as land and house, and small assets refers to assets such as savings account, mobile phones, etc. And throughout the data, we inherently see that land ownership, house ownership is extremely low for women in the Indian context and through literature that I studied in the South Asian context in general. So it is important to differentiate these into two categories because the variables inside them are not correlated. So the next one is perception of domestic violence. So this dimension basically talks about how women perceive domestic violence happening on them. The next one is occurrence of actual domestic violence. So this is actually domestic violence that happens on women. The last one is body autonomy. So body autonomy basically represents how much sexual agency a woman has over her body. And all the variables that I've considered under each dimension is highly correlated with each other. Now, for decision index, the variables that I've considered from NFHS is that who usually makes decision about your healthcare, who takes decision about family visits, who takes major decisions about household purchases, who decides how your earnings and husband's earning will be spent, and lastly, who takes contraception decisions. Yes. So all of So they have categorical answers to each of these questions. So for example, who takes major household purchases? There are 5 answers like the woman takes it, the husband takes it, they jointly take it. Yeah. No, not under decision index. Only in the decision index, only decision making power of women is taken under consideration. So so now I'm going to talk about how I made the indexes. So for each of the variables, categorical variables, I converted them into a dummy variable indicator. So the dummy variable takes a value of 1 if the woman giving an answer reflects a progressive norm. That is, if she has at least some say in the decision making power, and a score of 0 otherwise. Now I go through the steps of how I made the index. So for each dimension, I took weighted mean of the variables for 640 districts in India separately, and the weighted means become the data points. And to combine different variables under each dimension, I run PC over all the all the variables, and I choose first principal component. So the index that I obtained is not bounded. So to bound it, I normalize the value. And so this is the first principal component for making decision index. So as we can see, I have the PCA has given different weights to different variables. So it basically means how much a variable is important to understand the agency of a woman. And 69.31% is basically the eigenvalue, which shows how much variation in the data set can be explained through the first principal component. And in this way, I've made all the other indices. Now to answer, so this was answering the first question about how to quantify women's autonomy. So coming to the next question is that are women more likely to work outside their homes in districts with more progressive norms? So for that I run an OLS regression model, and my coefficient of interest here is beta 6. And the Y variable is basically the proportion of women working outside home, which I collect from economic census data. So basically I merge economic census data, NFHS and VIRS data from SHRUG to run this OLS model. The different controls I used is wealth index, average years of education of women from NFHS, nightlight from SHRUG dataset, and proportion of firms from ECS dataset. So this is the result. So from here we can comment about the direction in which these different indices determine the proportion of women working outside home. And what we see from here is that decision, mobility, big and small ownership have a positive relationship with women working outside home. So it means that if a woman is in a district with progressive norms, then she's highly likely to work outside home. But the next indices, domestic violence, body index, and violence perception, have a negative relationship with the proportion of women working outside home. And what I understood, going back to literature, to explain this negative relationship, so what it basically means is that, like, in these dimensions of autonomy, if a district is regressive, then it is highly likely that a woman will work outside. So it's a bit counterintuitive. And the explanation for this is that through a male backlash hypothesis and female guilt channel. So male backlash hypothesis basically says that if a woman is going outside to work,
model of a man in the household, and that is why the men feel a need to lash out. And that is why there's a male backlash theory, which can explain the domestic violence index rising. And as for violence perception, it can be explained through female guilt channel, which basically means that women think that when they go out to work, they're not dedicating enough time at home, and that goes against their duty that they know that they are supposed to fulfill, and that is why they accept this violence happening on them. So these are two theories which can support the negative correlations that I observe here. But to interpret the coefficients more meaningfully, I run OLS regression on my outcome variable on quintiles of indices. So that I can basically say if a district is moving from one quintile to another, what does it mean for the gender norms affecting my outcome variable. So here the lowest quintile that I take is the quintile with regressive norms, that is the baseline category. I only show quintiles of decision index here. And more or less this trend is followed for all the indices. And what I see here is that the first 80% of the population have an index value that goes till 0.2. So 0.2 is a very, very low number. So what it basically means is that 80% of women in India have a decision-making power which only goes till 0.2. And after that, in the fifth quintile, it's 0.2 to 1. So overall impression in terms of decision-making power of women in the Indian context is not really promising. This is the regression results of my outcome variable on the decision-making index. So here I see only category 5 is significant, which means that if I move from category 1 to category 5, then participation in workforce increases. And in general, talking about all the indices for all the regressions that I will not show here, first we see that decision index, mobility and small ownership have a positive and significant association with the outcome variable. Body autonomy, justification of domestic violence have a significant negative relationship with the outcome variable. And domestic violence and big ownership index do not have a significant relationship, but domestic violence shows an inverse relationship while big ownership shows a positive relationship with my outcome variable. So discussing the results, like why do we see a positive relationship in some places and negative relationship. So like I explained the male backlash theory, because through the male backlash theory we can explain why there might be a negative relationship between certain intimate partner questions and women's labor force participation. So human capital theory, through human capital theory also we understand that why decision, mobility, all these indices have a positive relationship with my outcome variable is because it is known that if a woman is more educated or if a woman has more human capital invested in her, then she has more say in the decision making power of the house, and if she is more educated, then her employment is also likely to increase. So through the human capital channel also we can explain the positive relationship to some extent. And lastly, concluding, some policy implications is that number one, we have to promote women's decision making, because increasing women's decision making power helps to increase the agency of a woman, and giving resources to a woman with the help of her agency, she can achieve the outcomes that she wants. And resources, agency and achievement, these three things together lead to empowerment. And as we discussed, empowerment has positive implications for the social and economic development of a society in general. The next is holistic approach to asset ownership. So I haven't studied it in details in this chapter of my thesis, but what I found out is that women in the South Asian context have very low ownership of land and houses, and there's only one way a woman can get land, that is through inheritance. So there's this paper by Beena Agarwal where she talks that even when there are land redistribution policies, the land gets redistributed to the household. And when the land gets redistributed to the household, it is obvious that the man of the house or the head of the household, which is mostly a male person, gets ownership of that land. And even if a woman can inherit land from their parents, if there is a presence of brothers, it is known that the brothers get more share and the woman doesn't take her family to court to bargain for her right. So there needs to be a holistic approach to asset ownership. And education and skill development is of course important, so to increase the knowledge of a woman so that it can affect their decision and mobility through that channel to increase their probability of working outside. And of course, we need more policies and awareness to combat justification of violence. More important than stopping occurrence of actual violence, we need mechanisms to make women more aware that violence happening on them is wrong and they should not justify violence happening on them. So, thank you.
Level judges, please ask the questions.
Any questions?
Any questions from the audience?
It was a very beautiful presentation. I just have one query. It was regarding the mobility. So are we looking at the, what do you call that, migration point of view, intermigration, something like that? Or how are you just looking at the urban, like you said about the benefits, isn't it? Like if she moves, so the reasons, basically you're focused on that. So how have you taken the data?
So mobility by mobility, I don't mean migration by mobility. I mean if she can go out of the house to the marketplace alone, or if she can visit the healthcare facility alone, or if she can go out to avail transportation services. So these are the questions that were present in the NFHS. So by mobility, I mean that kind of mobility. Yeah.
So, good word first of all. So one thing I agree with you. People often miss this thing, domestic violence and autonomy. There could be kind of a multi-correlated between this, the thing that you mentioned here. Now, two very few quick comments. One, you used NFHS 1516, why you were not using the latest data?
So two reasons. One is because my outcome variable is from economic census 2013. So I thought 2013 and 2019-20 will be a long difference to match them together in one regression.
Well, this is a question you have to face from the reviewer when you submit the paper.
Yeah. And the second question, and the second main reason is that because in 2019-20, some states were interviewed before COVID and some were interviewed after COVID. So because I'm doing a district level regression, when I use them, the results were not like the robustness. When I did robustness checks, it was not coming out to be significant. Results were not good. So my mentor and I decided to.
So some autonomy, some papers that are coming to my mind. One is probably Anderson and Ishwaran, the JDE paper. It's a very good paper, the theoretical one. Parental bargaining between the father and the mother. So that related is something. So in the family household decision making process. And Calder or McElroy and Horney has a paper, very interesting. International Economic Review has a paper. Blake and Tardiel, they have a paper on this autonomy and imposition. So if you have, are you doing PhD now?
No, master second year.
So these are some papers you can check.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting work. Have you thought of using any other thing other than simple OLS regression?
So yes, this is the first chapter of my thesis. In the second chapter, I use spatial regression to tease out causality between it, but it's not giving significant results, the spatial analysis of this. So I use spatial regression in a different model, but not for this. Because it becomes because of the endogeneity problem and reverse causality. Like my norms affect women's participation, but women's participation also affect norms.
Yeah, there has to be bidirectional. That's why there has to be bidirectional.
So there is one thing I was looking into it to use an IV because there was a change in labor law in some states in I think Jharkhand and I could use IV to.
And yours outcome variable is participation, right? It's either yes or a no.
Yeah.
What about a logistic regression?
No, so all of this is, it's not a yes or no question. I summed it up at the district level. So these are all continuous variables.
Okay.
Yeah, Y variable is also continuous.
Yeah. Okay.
Not a question, but a quick comment or perhaps suggestion. You see, there is a literature which says that violence will be relatively more in districts characterized by a higher literacy rate.
Yeah.
Because that is self-obvious.
Yeah.
So what you can do, you may try to splice the data set into one with relatively high literacy rate districts and with low literacy rate districts. Hope degrees of freedom will not be that much of a problem. And you can check whether there is a differential result that is coming up. Alternatively, you can just look at what is the national literacy rate and create a 0-1 dummy that high literacy, low literacy type of states. Second, there exists a number of district level indices these days, which is showing that whether a district is better connected with say rail, road and other networks. So essentially there could be other opportunities that are coming. So when I look at the big asset and small asset that you are looking at, why don't you try out with a multiplicative dummy and try to check that in a greater opportunity kind of a district, how the big asset ownership is working. I was interested to look at the sign of the big asset and small asset, the difference in the coefficient. So try that out. I think that might give you an interesting result. So there might be some form of difference and interesting dynamics that might come. Where are you doing your master's from?
French University. So for the violence, the literacy point, I did control for it using average years of education. Should that?
That should be, yes, sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it from all.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Shubhopya. With that, we move on to the second paper of the second half of this presentation. Next, we have Amit Mitra from IIFT Kolkata, who is going to present on migration, labor markets, and welfare, multifaceted analysis. Amit, please come to the stage. We will let you know when your time begins, and you may begin after that.
Thank you, Ritesh. What about these 5, 6, 7? So, Ritesh, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Sir, so there was a change in the order of it. So I request you to kindly present. They are all present. I'm sorry, I didn't. So this is number 9 on your papers. So you are ready? Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone present here. Myself, Amit Mitra from this institute. I'm a second year master student, and today the topic of my presentation is migration, labor market, and welfare multifaceted analysis. Now, in the classical rural urban migration theory, we have read about the theory of Louis Harris Torero or Stiglitz labor turnover model. So in this paper, I have tried to incorporate new flavor into this kind of labor migration theory. And my paper talks about basically migration networks, how this affect the migration decision, and what are the effects of migration in the urban sector, and some of the policy issues. So in the first part of my model, I will talk about the migration network and how it affects the rural migrant who are deciding to migrate in the future period of time. And in the second part, I will discuss about the effect of migration. After the migration, what are the effect of on wage, urban labor's wage, as well as the migrant labor wage, and some kind of policy issues like migration restrictions and some political economic perspective. So these are the literature that I have followed while writing this paper. So let's come to the model. I have considered a two-sector model for rural sector, which is predominantly an agricultural sector with lower wages, and an urban sector, which is predominantly a manufacturing sector with higher wages. So these are some parameters that is associated with this migration decision. First of all, this is C denotes the cost of migration, including monetary and non-monetary cost. B is the wage differential between rural and urban. So there is a wage difference between rural and urban. Rural wage is very lower, so B is the wage differential. Benefit from the migration denoted by B. W is the initial wealth of the rural migrant, and alpha T is the probability of finding a job in urban area. So this parameter says that when you are migrating from rural to urban,
these are the restrictions you have to face in future. But U of W is representing lifetime utility of the migrant, and these C, B, W, and alpha T, these parameter is correspond to a candle where the individual risk preference, whether they will migrate or not, will be deciding by the accepting of a lottery with the given cost payoff and the winning of the probability of winning those lottery, and we will and develop the model by considering the Arrow-Pratt measure of risk aversion. So here is the level of indifference is denoted by this equation, and in the next part. So I have done some mathematical simplification by using Taylor series. Why I use that is by to calculate the measure of absolute risk aversion by Arrow-Pratt, which is denoted by rho is equal to minus of u of double dash w by u dash w. So here is the equation for absolute level of risk aversion, and where which is denoted by rho t. And rho t star is the marginal level of risk aversion. What is this marginal level of risk aversion? It is a cutoff point. Basically, it means that the individual with the lower risk, less risk preferred person are below this cutoff point, and those people who are less risk averse who will surely migrate in the future period, and those are higher risk averse person will remain in the rural sector. So that is the implication of a marginal level of risk aversion. And now the new concept here, the network effect of migration. By this, it means that when some people of your community in the rural sector or have already migrated in the urban sector, they can help you in the future period of time. When you are deciding to migrate, in the initial stage of migration, they can help you by finding a job, or maybe help you by finding some kind of accommodation or some kind of social facility. So how this is how the network effect works. So I think if the network effect increases, your community network increases, then your probability of finding job in the urban area will also increase. So here is my first proposition: as the expected probability of finding a job in the urban area increases, the average level of risk aversion in the total population, migrant population, will decrease. So I have taken the derivative of rho t with respect to alpha t, and by mathematical simulation, I have found that if B greater than C, if your benefit of migration is where?
Probability or probability of
Probability of finding. So if B greater than C, if your benefit is greater than the cost of migration, then you will surely migrate. So if B greater than C, by mathematical simulation, I have found that as the probability of finding a job in the urban area is increasing, the average level of risk aversion is decreasing. That means the rho t is a decreasing function of alpha t. Now, you know the probability is obviously less than 1 because your probability of finding a job is not very certain. So this constant b greater than c and alpha t less than 1, which bounds rho t star, we have found that as the alpha t is increasing over time, then these restrictions implies that your marginal level of risk aversion is decreasing. So the average level of risk aversion is also decreasing. By this, it means that when your migrant network is increasing, when your community support is increasing, your probability of finding a job is increasing. So as your probability of finding a job is increasing, your average level of risk aversion is increasing. So when your average level of risk aversion is average level of risk aversion is decreasing, so you are taking more risk and you are opted to migrate. So as your community network is increasing, your decision to migrate or your probability of migrate is also increasing. So that is the first part of my model. And in the second part, the post-migration scenario, after the migration, what will be the effect of that? So I have considered an industry in the urban sector that implies there is some kind of employment in that industry, and they employed both native urban migrant urban labor and the native urban labor and rural labor who are migrated already. So this is the production function of that industry q and U is the supply, U is the labor, native labor that is used in those industry, and R is the migrant labor that is used in those industry, and where A5 signifies the degree of substitutability, because urban labor, urban native labor and rural migrant labor, they are substitutable in that sector. But this substitution is not very perfect. So I have considered imperfect substitutability, and this is my quadratic production function. So R square, R is basically the labor that is being used in the urban sector, rural migrant labor. So just for mathematical simplification, I have used this quadratic function. And so if that industry produces a product and the price is P, then we can find the profit function of the urban employers, while WR is the wage that is being paid for rural migrant labor, and WU the wage for the urban native labor. So here is our profit function, and by first order condition, I have found the labor demand in the rural labor and for urban native labor. Now, assuming there are 8 employers in the urban market, and the supply of local labor in that industry is denoted by theta 1, and the supply of migrant labor is denoted by lambda theta 2. Lambda lies between 0 and 1 because all the migrant population is not being used in those industries. Some fraction of those is being used. So that is why lambda is here. And from the market clearing condition, that is the market clearing condition for urban labor market, and that is the market clearing condition for the rural or migrant labor market. And from this, we have solved for my urban labor's wage, that is the urban labor's wage, and that is the rural labor's wage. There is some mathematical simplification of that part. So now the main point of my paper. What is the effect on urban or local or native labor's wage? When your migration, the migrant pool, the supply of migrant labor is increasing over time, the wage for the native labor, native urban labor is decreasing. That is the negative sign signifies that. So there is an effect on the urban labor's wage, and that is negative. And what is the migrant labor wage? So when more migration is happening, the supply of migrant labor is increasing, the migrant labor wage is also decreasing. So what is the point here? Point is that when the migration is increasing in the urban sector, the urban labor's wage is unequivocally diminishing. And so when your wage is declining, you have to take some steps against this migration. So I will talk about on it in the later part of my model. But the second point here is when the migration is increasing, that can affect your own community's age. When the network effect increasing your probability of finding a job, you are causing harm to your own community as well as your own wage. You are migrating, and that diminishes your own wage. So that is a very important point here. And another point is when your own wage is the migrant labor wage is decreasing, that benefit part in the first part of my model, that is also decreasing. So the migration will continue up till a point when B greater than C. So that is the main result of my model. And now for this part, when the native labor's wage is decreasing, what will they do? Maybe they can go for to create a lobby and drive politicians to make some law against this migration and force them to restrict migration. So that is the loss from the migration, and that is the cost for lobbying. If this equation, the value of this equation is greater than 0, then by restricting migration or by creating a lobby, you will be benefited. So you will surely go for the lobby, and the politician will impose some kind of restrictions in this migration process. So that was all, and I've talked about the wage impact of the rural as well as the urban labor, how the migrant network works, how the native native worker will respond, and some kind of policy issues. So that was one.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll ask the audience to their questions.
So, can you just take it to the first slide where you are finding the indifference condition? So you see that when the labor is moving to the urban sector, right? So he may get a job, may not get a job. So in case he gets a job, he will get a benefit B, right? And and what is W? W is a rural wage.
It's a well.
Initial well.
And if he is not getting a job, then he will not get B.
B is 0.
Right. So first of all, that means what kind of individual you are assuming? A risk neutral or risk averse or risk lover individual? That you need to clarify because you are actually equating utility from initial wealth and the expected utility, right?
Yes. Maybe the person is, I would say, indifferent. Indifferent.
Not maybe. It's a very technical assumption.
Okay, so he is indifferent. He is indifferent between taking a risk or not taking a risk.
So actually, this is the appropriate answer. So I think that professor will guide you. But you see that if there is utility from certain event and there are expected utility from uncertain event, right? So if the individual is risk averse, he will pay some kind of premium, right? Then only he will get this indifference condition. If he is risk neutral, then without any such premium, he will always be at this condition, right? So basically, what you could have done is that first you could have
This is a risk averse person.
So that you should clarify it.
Yeah. This is a risk averse person's utility function.
But that is assuming in the model. So that
because
is
function itself is risk averse person.
So this is a technical assumption which you cannot say that it may be a risk averse or risk neutral, right? So that's the plan.
So yeah, so the point is very important because the preference pattern of the person is very important. Otherwise, this B is the difference between urban wage and the rural wage. So if you do not take well, the first component of this utility function becomes negative. Because if you do not have W as positive and greater than C. So also you need to have some justification for this thing. Otherwise, entire migration to my mind, essentially it is when I migrate, it is driven by two factors, either push or pull. So this network effect means it is affecting the pull factor.
Yes.
So more is the network means it reduces information asymmetry. Right? So since it reduces information asymmetry, your alpha T is the probability of getting a job will increase. At the same time, to my mind, this network will simultaneously also influence the cost of migration because you will have some train somewhere there to fall back. Yeah. So you can stay with him. So that is the cost of migration will fall. So the entire literature will have two parts. One, you are moving from rural area, not finding a job. So you're staying back with your friend and then looking for a job. So it is the literature is becoming sequential migration literature. So Shushavan might have some more idea on this issue. This Montgomery has a few papers on this network and migration. It's a very interesting and influential paper on probably some is published in American Engineering. So you can check those papers.
What I would say that when you looked at the effect of migration on rural and urban wage, both negative, I think some degree of dynamism, if you think want to think of a paper, would be important. Because you see, you're kind of assuming number one, WR is not changing, right? So WR may change actually if the economy is on a growth path. Second thing, there might be skilled and unskilled urban wage, right? So it may happen in a more realistic sense. Skilled urban wage will increase, unskilled urban wage is going to come down. So if you make that distinction, then it will actually take you closer to a realistic answer. And I think my other comment I thought I will give already given, it's function of W as well, right? That if W is changing, talk about various government policies which actually change, diminish the value of W, be it MSP, be it any other factor. So maybe you can make the model scope wider by all these extensions. Basic model, some limitation, you already heard about. Yeah. But that's another way to proceed further.
C is a function of network. In my mind, your result would be more strengthened.
Yeah.
This is what I understand.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for the wonderful presentation. We will move on to the next paper, which is Raiders of the Lost Female Workforce, Lokhir Bhandar and the Backward Bending Labor Supply Curve by Oshin Chakraborty, Honorary and Aditya Chakraborty. We would request you to take the stage as quickly as possible. We will let you know when your time begins, and you may begin after that. To reiterate the rules, 15 minutes per team and 5 minutes of questioning, and we strictly adhere to this. There's a pointer on stage, you can just use that.
The master's students. Do we have any theory student in this? Just check. Okay, you can start.
Very good afternoon to our present, esteemed judges and all my fellow presenters. With unconditional cash transfers being the talk of the town, with the elections coming on and everything, and so we wanted to really do a study of such a cash transfer with let's let's just focus on the fact that every human endeavor from memorial has been targeted towards reducing inequality, bringing people, bringing down poverty and bringing down inequality, both in like power, in terms of power and in terms of financial ability. So we wanted to do a study of UCT. So we took up the case study of what we see around in our district level data. So we took up the case of Lokhi Bhandar, which is the most familiar UCT cash scheme that we have.
Lakshmi Bhandar or Lakshmi Bhandar?
So
we have any art there? Lakshmi Bhandar or Lakshmi Bhandar? Lakshmi Bhandar. I know, I have one. Lakshmi Bhandar, right? No art. No art. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
So with that, I would like to hand over the mic to my co-presenter. Hello, my name is Oshin Chakraborty, and I'll just go through the theoretical model which was prevalent and what we have read in our textbooks in undergraduate and postgraduate. This is just a normal utility function which shows us the individual's total utility. C represents the consumption, L labor hours, and H is hours of leisure. The normal labor leisure substitution, which we have read so far, tells us that after certain income and certain amount of especially non-labor income, the labor supply curve bends backwards. That means some of the theorists and the common people in media, they say the unconditional cash transfers may or may not affect the labor choice. Like they can push the recipients to not working and enjoying more leisure instead of doing more labor after getting the cash transfers. So we know this is the total number of hours you have is 24. So you can break it down into labor and leisure L plus H, which makes up the total 24. And the constraint becomes the C plus WH equals to 24 into W. This is your constraint.
And this is we are maximizing the utility, which is well known. We are just showing the existing theoretical framework. This is the primal problem, and here's a typo that should be W in the theorem equation in the denominator, which is showing if you increase the income, the effect on labor supply is actually negative. We can show it using the Satsky equation as well, which we have done in the paper. But we are looking at something which is not taught in our syllabus or in the mainstream economics, that what actually happens after implementing an UCT. So we have many evidences across the world, in Finland, in Morocco, in Ecuador. So we found a paper which was by probably Professor Miredos from Ecuador, which talked about the effect of such an unconditional cash transfer on the labor supply of Ecuadorian people. But they used a model it was probably about unitary discrete decision making model or something, which we simply do not know, and we don't have the expertise to comment about it. So we took what we know best. We just made a diagrammatic thing, which I think is easier to explain. In panel A, we are showing the budget line increases from AB to DE because of the effect of Lockheed Hunter and UCT, which is the most generalized case. And we are seeing both increases, the consumption, like because the labor hour is increasing and the leisure is increasing. But we know that it does not happen in real world, because in real world, leisure is not always a normal good. Because if you are unemployed, if you are below the poverty line, leisure is not a normal good for you. You don't want more leisure. You want to substitute your leisure to labor and earn some income. So in panel B, you can see there's a C min, which we are advocating for is a line beyond upper to C min. Your leisure becomes a normal good. You want more leisure when your income increases, but below C min, your labor leisure choice does not depend on income. As you can see in the panel, if the unconditional cash transfers pushes the line from AB to DE, and it crosses the C min to point E, then it can affect the leisure choice. But it does not happen in most of the cases, because in our country, as we are speaking, 80 crore people are being fed by the government through ration. So I don't think many people are crossing that threshold. And yes. Yes.
Leisure is another horizontal axis.
Leisure.
On the vertical axis,
Consumption.
So the maximum leisure that can have how much in a day?
24.
Is that A?
Yes, sir.
If it is at A, what do you understand by parallel shift of the vertical axis?
So the leisure remains the same, because we are
this A is fixed.
A remains fixed in this case, and we can show you the fluctuations in the.
So the axis stops here, right?
Yes.
So not beyond A.
No.
This is the blue line.
Yes. And in panel C, you can see if the cash transfer is very small, which does not make the budget line go beyond the C min. The consumption cannot push it fails to push the consumption beyond C min. It does not. It still doesn't affect the leisure choice. It just increases the consumption and hence the labor by a small bit. But the panel D is a more interesting and relevant to the Lockheed Hunter case, because here we can see the AC budget line does not have the left part of it, which is present in the other panels, because it represents the classic case of an Indian housewife who is not allowed to go out and work because of like household duties and caretaking duties. So she cannot increase her budget line, the consumption and the labor hours she wants to put in because of some external constraints. That's why we are focusing on in a type of cash transfer, in a theoretical cash transfer, but that in that case, the cash transfer just pushes the budget line upwards and does not affect the caretaking choices and household duty constraints of the women. It still does not affect the leisure choice and it just increases the consumption a bit. And the most optimistic case is the panel E, where the AC line of the housewife gets increases to the line ED after Loki Bhander or an UCD, where she can substitute her caretaking duties or the household duties with the money she got, and she can she can work more and consume more, and still her leisure remains the same at A, and it also crosses the C mean level, after which the leisure becomes a normal good and she wants to consume more. And this is the theoretical framework we tried to explain, and we wanted to validate it with data. But you know, sir, that we, with our kind of statistical condition, the statistical institutes we have, we do not have like unit level data of the latest PLFS 2022-3 and beyond. And that's why we took the PLFS of 2021, which was aggregated by KPMG for a project for the government of West Bengal. And we tried to build an econometric model to show that what we actually theorized is happening or not happening in the real world, which will be explained on. And so we did a field survey. We tried to do a field survey by going to a slum near Boranagar and to the Rajahat Vishnupur Panchayat. And what we found will be explained by Alekho.
Everybody. In 60 years, women, and after the 60 years, the Lakshmi Bhandar will start. 18 to 60 years of women. And after the 60 years, the Lakshmi with Bhandar, any level of household. Any level of household, and after the 60 years, the Lakshmi Bhandar scheme will transfer to Bardhakya. The same amount of money will be delivered, but it just now name will change, and the new name is Bardhakya. Irrespective of the income that the family has, anyone is eligible for Lakshmi Bhandar.
No, sir. The amount is different for the SC and ST households. Today it's 2,000, and when we did the study, it was 1,000 rupees, and for other households, it was 500 rupees. And the one household, the one type of household,
is a millennial, right?
Yes.
His wife is also.
Yes. Unless the head of the household is a government employee, then they are not eligible.
So today in the prestigious IIFT Kolkata program, why we are saying about this Lakshmi Bhandar scheme? Shekeli. Why? I am saying some proofs. Buffalo 2003 examined the effects of the expansion of old age pension program in South Africa, a universal cash transfer, and found noteworthy implications of our current analysis. Next, a study by Behance 2015 revealed that in Morocco, when women rather than men were the recipients of a small conditional cash transfer, there was a more pronounced positive effect of educational outcomes of young children. That's why these are the proofs that why we are choose this type of Lakshmi Bhandar scheme in our project. Now we are coming to the field survey. To get the robust impact of Lakshmi Bhandar scheme in the grassroots level of West Bengal, we collected samples from the Boranagar Assembly constituency, especially in 25 number ward, which is a slum area. And why we collect this type of data from Boranagar? Because we notice diversified social structure in this area. From the outcome of the sample survey, we divided the respondents in three categories. Below 40 years, if we calculate in the age group, below 40 years, 40 to 60 years old women, and which are middle-aged women, and above 60 years old women. If we talk about the category of the respondents, income category of the respondents, we talk with a small shopkeeper, connected with the housewife, those who are connected with the unorganized sector, student, retired women, try to collect every kind of sampling. And now one thing we have to mention it that we clearly found discrepancies between the government claims of 100% implementation of grassroots level, but in our survey we pointed out that there are many women who are not getting this scheme. Now, in a broader sense, we roughly say two, three important things. One is the increasing bargain. We clearly notice the increasing bargaining power inside and outside the home. Women are clearly saying us that well, we are not self-sufficient to pay our mobile recharge. We are not saving the money from our husbands or father. Most of the women who are working in the organized sector, they investing this type of cash in some economic activities, and it also we found that it also assures a basic level of income of household. Here we see that if some the respondents who are dissatisfied from this scheme because of two reasons, mainly because of two reasons. One is they prefer job more than this type of schemes, and secondly, the amount today inflation is very high, so this type of amount just only 1,000 and 1,200 rupees is not adequate for them. We put the question to our respondents that can you save some of amount from this cash? Almost every old age and the women who are below 40 years, they say no. And the middle-aged women, they say yes, some of amount we will put it in our savings or invest it elsewhere. Which clearly indicates the pathetic inflation problem in our problem. Now, one critique we can clearly say that Amartya Sen says that self-esteem is the key part of development. Without self-esteem, this scheme will not be the way of development. Rather it could be stay at a patron-like relationship scheme. So we feel that many poor women feel lack of self-esteem while getting this type of scheme. And some of policy prescriptions of this scheme, which we realize that need to increase the social awareness among women. Next, government should implement this scheme with assuring the dignity, treating them citizens, not voters. And thirdly, reducing school dropout will play a key catalyst role to increase the female labor force implementation. Now, on I will say last.
Firstly, I apologize. There's a slide taking some more time. Actually, we did.
What's the policy prescription?
Actually, we have done certain statistical analysis.
So sample size 10, right? No.
21.
21. And 21 from Border and other from Galapat.
This is a larger data set. This is from in this this is basically the labor force participation rate is our dependent variable, and we have tried to understand the impact of per capita income, monthly per capita, rural consumption.
There is a coefficient of 0.
Is actually the per capita income is the coefficient is very negative, it's very small. So in data, when we do outright, the entire thing doesn't come to 0.000 something. Also, that one is not statistically significant. We have got statistically significant the SCST financial coverage, which is pretty nice.
But 10 is 10. Number of
yes, sir.
Number of observations 10. N is 21.
Yes, sir. Actually, this is the district by state. We have taken 10 districts because there were certain gaps in certain.
No.
Your observation, I mean, the unit is district.
Yes.
There so already how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 plus close to 5. The 5 parameters specification. And you have 10 observations.
Yes, so it's not very robust. It is a very stable.
Anyway, you just conclude. Just leave these statistical parts. Just conclude.
Basically, we have found that the mandate is in fact does not make people work less in contrast to popular nutrition.
So it's basically the universal basic income.
Yes, sir.
If people are given more money, then they will not work, right? And you have found evidence. They found evidence against that. Like what the Cato and all think tanks are saying that if we produce give universal basic income to people, they will not work, right? Yes. Okay. The sample size, as I said, as we saw, is quite small. You can draw conclusions based on that. So maybe a little bit of bigger sample.
We did not get the PLFS data and we did not get the latest PLFS data. We tried to do we tried to estimate the effect by taking the PLFS data before Lockheed Bhandar implemented, which was around in February 2021, and after that. But the latest PLFS report, we could not find the district level data there. So we had to take the latest report which we had for 2021, June 2021, 2022. That's why, and there were many gaps there, and the PLFS sample sizes were very small because of COVID that time. So we tried to do the field survey which we showed, and
that's what I'm saying. If your secondary data is not available, yes, maybe you can increase your primary survey.
Okay. Just a comment from mine, not a question really. You see, did you find any household there were multiple recipients of the fund? No household, sir. Is that a legal way, or there can be multiple recipients in a household? So one option is that if you get a relatively bigger sample distribution, two of the questions you are asking, one about the perception, right? Whether it is sufficient, insufficient, and second, the purpose in which it can be spent. You might try to differentiate it based on the size of the household. You might find a difference there. Right now, of course, with the number of samples you got, there is no scope of tweaking. Okay, so that might give you a relatively better idea.
I would like to add that we found that some of the households did save the money they got and did not spend or increase their skills or whatever. But those were the relatively richer households who were in the bracket of 15,000 to 25,000 income.
One thing I can say, you can check whether after receiving this Lakshmi Bhandar or Lakshmi Bhandar program, whether there is any impact on child labor sector. Because you are looking at the other ways total labor supply curve. Because the moment I get the Lakshmi Bhandar program, I'm sending kids to school.
Yes,
otherwise,
found that also. The money was mostly spent on personal expenses of young women, but the middle-aged women
that they're spending on food, but I do not trust them because there's an issue of one girl talked about autonomy index.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
under pressure my husband because if I say that I'm giving this money away to my husband to buy country liquor, I'll be good enough. So this is very much possible.
Most amount
of
of
very complicated issues. But
Child's education was one of the
yes. For the local tuitions and all.
Like there was actually one very interesting part of the statistical analysis. There was a very, it was a significant also. There was a positive correlation between rural consumption expenditure and local demand. So, in a way, it could be seen like it's injecting as an injection, which is incentivizing consumption. So,
it's better as it's better to go for primary survey and increasing the number of observations.
Any question?
So, any questions from the audience? Since there are no questions, that's the end of this presentation. Thank you for the wonderful presentation of Lakshmi Bhandar. With that, we're through with the first half of the second phase of this presentation. Another hour of presentations await us. Up next, we have the deficit of gender wage discrimination and global value chains
a general equilibrium analysis by Siddhant Mukherjee. Request you to come take the stage, please. Please set up your presentation. We'll let you know when the time begins. We can begin after that. Again, 15 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for questions. Stage is yours. A very good morning to all everyone present here. I'm Siddharth Mukherjee from University of Kolkata, Master's degree students. My paper is a decision of gender based discrimination and the global value chains and the inclusion analysis. My purpose are and I'm very fortunate. I'm very fortunate that it's a great opportunity actually because I'm presenting the first time of the research paper in front of Professor Vishwajit Mondal because he's a great work on significant works on general equilibrium analysis. This main research motivation of our paper is GDC is actually suppose that I am a producing sector and I'm producing mobile phones. I need chips from China. I collect the chips from China and exports the mobile phones into Malaysia. So this is a backward GDC and the second time is the forward GDC. Right? So our major things is that to find the wage discrimination due to the GDC. Right. So the major source, the motivation and objective of our study is impact on the GDC and substance of gender-based inequalities and the impact of higher gender-based discrimination in GDC. This major papers, this great paper by Professor Marjit, he says that actually Gary Baker says that there is a compensation can drive out the discrimination. But Professor Marjit proves that it's no. The discrimination survives due to the compensation survives due to the discrimination survive can survive in the compensation because Professor Marjit actually uses the gender equilibrium model, but Gary Baker used the partial equilibrium model. And there is another paper by Professor Marjit. There is some backward and forward GDC impact on the labor market genesis. So why our paper is unique, type of unique, because we use the discrimination effects on GDC. But I go through Google Scholar and research that there is not too much paper on discrimination, how affects GDC. But there is much more papers on how GDC affects the discrimination, how GDC attracts discriminations. These are major contributions of our model, and we deal with the backward GDC. So there is a basic introductions to the literatures, the moderating goal of information communication technologies. It is a 2022. This paper is very unique because there is an international phrase narrows in the gap here. And there is another paper I said that the difference of capital can address to the discriminations in the capital intensive sector, and it's also been dominated by Martin and Mahata. The main conclusion that if there we actually want to attempt to examine that is how GDC is attracted by the discriminations. Right. So GDC in our basics description, we use the general equilibrium analysis to describe this model. So the descriptions of the economy is we use actually the three tradable factors of the productions and the productions the three factors of the productions are unskilled labor forces, skilled labor forces, and capital. So the unskilled and skilled labor forces are bifurcated into male and female labor because we actually discriminate. We actually find out the discriminations of the gender-based issues in the GBC countries like South Asian countries. Why South Asian countries are the GBC bump? Why all the production systems or other manufacturing systems attracted by Americans in China to doing their foreign capital investment in China, in South Asia, like Singapore, Malaysia. That's why this is happening. So we find that there is a much more wage discrimination in unskilled and skilled labor force, and we bifurcated the model into male and female labor. So that in sector one, there is a both unskilled and skilled male and female labor force along with the capital. And in the sector one is analyzing or uses the backward GBC. And the sector two is not using the GBC, but there is a discriminations in the ways. And in the sector three, they both uses the skilled labor forces along with capital. The beta in our model, the beta is the male workers receive the wage over the female. What is the model? The model is the profit maximizing the general equilibrium analysis. There is a female wage labor forces. It's beta 1 plus beta 1 A1 plus AF1 plus R is written AK1 plus PI star. And there is a PAI star is actually uses the GBC in the market. But in the second case, there is no discrimination and they don't uses the GBC in the model. And in the model 3, we uses the skill, they uses in the model 3, they uses the skilled labor with the both skilled and both skilled labor, female and male labor. In the third sector, sir, they are skilled. We have three sectors. Third sector is skilled workers. It is all skilled workers. Second sector. In the second sector, they are unskilled workers. Use unskilled workers without GBC. First sector, unskilled worker with GBCs.
But in first and second sector, they are using unskilled workers, but there is a clear division between unskilled workers and male and female. Male workers are getting higher wage by the fraction better.
Yes.
Do you have any empirical support for this?
We are being work in the empirical sense.
Yes.
There is some paper. Yes, there is a paper by I read a paper by the professor of IIFT Viramani. Viramani works made a panel data set with WSET countries data set. They actually made their own panel data set from difference of sources. Right?
AM2 and AM2, these are different or same?
AM2? No, there is a difference.
If they are different, AM2 is less or more. Obviously, the weighted should be more or less. So this thing is coming from the productivity.
Yes, sir.
No point of, calling them male and female. Because the productivity difference is creating the weight. But it has some other reasons. Do you know that? How to bring in that issue, gender discrimination in this kind. Because here it is a simple thing. You have productivity difference and you are putting different wages. See, the productivities are different, wages must be different.
very easy. If there is a global value chain report that comes from WTO or have a look at it. There are certain gender gap, wage gap issues that are happening. Maybe we'll get some supporting evidence from there.
Yeah. You're very less right.
Yeah.
So maybe the result part.
I think I just is a comparative. We get three propositions: propositions 1, proposition 2, and proposition 3. So what is proposition 1? I need clearly and write down the PPT. This high discrimination in the GBC sector attracts capital to the discriminating subsector, which move from non-discriminating subsector, while the mobility of labor forces from discriminating sector to the non-discriminating sector gets the restricted owing to falling skill information. So in our comparative statistics analysis, as beta 1 rises, WM rises. So according to the Stolper-Samuelson theorem, there is a net revenue declines in the sector 1, and WM falls, and there is rises in the sector in half. Okay. So as sector 3 contracts, the capital flows from sector 1 to sector 2. Means sector 1 means they using the GBCs, and sector 2 means they uses the don't uses the GBCs. So capital flows from that. And thus sector 2, the non-GBC sector expands, and sector 1 contracts. Comparative statistics analysis 2. The proposition 2 is there is a higher discrimination in the non-GBC sector causes a it's for the discrimination among the capitalist and the capital outflows from the discriminating subsystem, and while the labor mobility from the unskilled to skilled sector actions are owing to the rise in skill informations. That means in that beta 1 rises, the net value revenue declines in sector 2. As well as the Stolper-Samuelson theorem, there is a R falls and WF rises. So there is a fall rises in as R falls, returns falls, and the female wage rate rises. Therefore, there is a rise in WS as well. The wage gap between the non-GBC sector falls, and the capital flows from discriminating subsystem to the non-discriminating subsystem. So in the proposition 3, actually it is a working paper. We do a much better analysis. Greater GBC participation make a capitalist overstock, and while the female wage rate rises and increase in the skill acquisition, because in the GBC sector, actually in the model 2, in model 1 there is a increase in the price rate. PI is falling in the model, so PI is down also. So according to, if we write the PI to PIAI to this in the right hand side, so PI P1 minus PIAI is totally increasing in the sector 1, and WF rises and the returns falls as far as the Stolper-Samuelson theorem, since R falls and WS rises, and totally it rises. In our conclusion, we conclude that in the conclusion, the higher discrimination in the GBC sector attracts the capital to the discrimination subsystem from the non-discrimination subsectors, but the mobility of labor discriminating sector to non-discriminating sector gives a restrict, which it can be attributed to the falling skill information. Means there is a more capitalist attract more in the non-discriminating sector, and the wage actually rises, and therefore it will be a great opportunity for the female workforce to their increasing their wage. There is a skill enhancement in both sectors.
Rakesh, question. Do you have any question, Rakesh?
Since I missed quota, I would just like to add one point. So in the first slide of the model, it says that there could be productivity difference between male and female, and that could be a driving factor between wages. But we have also incorporated Gary Baker's case for discrimination on part of the employees that gives different betas for the both sectors, sectors 1 and sector 2. So that not just based on the factor analysis. That's just one point I would like to add. Yeah, I'm Abhishek Ghosh. I'm his co-author along with Shishobhan Markov. Nothing to do at the moment.
Thank you very much.
Even after listening to his additional comments, so I would like to frame a model where the productivity is the same. I'm a male, you are a female. I get more wage. In spite of identical productivity, if I get more wage than you, to my mind, it is discrimination. The classic example is the glass ceiling. Whatever the female does, she is not getting maximum. And then you can try this thing. So female has a tendency to become skilled because in skilled sector you do not have this discrimination.
Yes, sir.
WS. So you calculate the difference between WS and WF and WS and WN. Since WS minus WF is higher, that acts like an incentive to become skilled. So you may find after 1 or 2 years or 5 years down the line, more female workers are becoming skilled, and that is definitely a welcome outcome for a country because female literacy rate and education would be much higher. So you can add that parameter.
Yes. Not a question really, just a comment. This morning or this conclave, we heard about the possible gender discrimination and deliberation on that. But yesterday's panel discussion, we talked about what are the best practices in the corporate, and one of the things that ESG is the most important thing: environmental, social, and governance. So if you look at your proposition 1, the basic point is in a GPC point. Okay, this slide you can redo. You just go to the last slide. So we talk about discrimination in a sector. So you see, can a big corporate really deliberately go for higher discrimination? Because if they do, at which end of the supply chain they exist doesn't matter. Nobody else would dare to touch them. If they do, essentially then they become the pariahs. So what I'm sure you're going to write it as a paper for a journal. Maybe this point you have to revisit.
I have a point that I not added here in Conclave PPT because of this is not improved in Parliament or supported in Parliament. That Nirmala Sitharaman in year of 2019-20 financial year, she proposed that to reduce taxes for the corporate sector to employ more female Indians. But in Lok Sabha this is not passed yet. So.
I appreciate the point you are making that policymakers are having an orientation to facilitate this, right? But at the ground level, who is undertaking the international business decision? That will be the corporate, right? And there are very many NGOs that watch reports that keep coming. So if let's say Coke, Pepsi, IBM, anybody they do, let's say take raw material intermediate from a vendor who are participating in the discrimination, they have to blacklist them. So from that perspective, please understand there is a difference between what the government says on paper or parliament floor and what is actually being done by the corporates, okay, as a real world business. So from that perspective, my suggestion is you try to, I appreciate the point you are making in the theoretical perspective you come out with, but maybe in GPC, the discrimination acting as a driver, you have to revisit the argument to some extent. Any journal you are sending that to, they're going to question that. Then basically the ESG framework that breaks down, right? And you can't really say that's happening in the real world. That's the point I'm trying to make. Sorry.
So just in case anyone else in the audience has a question. Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. We'll let the next group set up their presentation as we do.
Kindly bear with us as we iron out a few technical glitches. The next paper that we have is Rethinking Growth, Interrogating the Rise in Female Workforce Participation in India by Anushka Bhumik, Amnisha Dash, and Shreya Latto. But that will only happen once we have figured out the presentation scenario. So till then, please hang tight. With that, since we figured out the presentation slide, we will continue with the thing. So yes, Anushka, Amnisha, and Shreya is on stage. We will tell you when the time begins.
Good afternoon, panelists and everyone present over here. I'm Anresha Das from Jadavpur University, and my fellow co-authors are Anushka Bhumik and Shreya Latto. So the current paper presents an analysis by investigating female labor force participation rate while considering the social economic demographic factors utilizing data from the BLFS in West Bengal from 2017 to 2023. This there is lack of literature focusing on these dimensions within a specific region like West Bengal. The rise of the female labor force participation rate has been a subject of debate in the recent years, both globally and in India. Throughout history, female labor force participation rate has been influenced by various economic, social, and cultural factors. In pre-industrial societies, women played roles in agriculture and the household sector. The Industrial Revolution saw a rise in the women as they entered factories, but with lower wages and limited rights. World War I and II saw a temporary increase in the female labor force participation rate as the spaces left by men. But post-war periods, they often reverted to the traditional gender roles. The later part of the 20th century saw a global rise in the female labor force participation rate due to urbanization, technology, and the women empowerment drive. In India, there has been a noticeable increase in the female labor force participation rate, so which have led to economic growth and women empowerment. However, factors like informal employment, underemployment, and cultural barriers continue to limit women's participation in the labor force. West Bengal, as one of India's most populous and culturally diverse state, has made significant progress in the educational and the health sector. However, challenges persist in ensuring equitable opportunities for women in the labor force.
Progress in health sector?
Somewhat.
In supporting data or report?
No, like we have just used the previous literatures from.
Literature says that?
It's from. I cannot exactly quote from there. I don't exactly remember from which I've taken. Okay. Yeah. So when we compare India with our neighboring countries, we see that Sri Lanka has experienced a considerably higher female labor force participation rate as compared to India. So government policies promoting gender equality, access to education, and women empowerment has been instrumental in driving this growth. Now, and on the other hand, in Pakistan, so there has been a comparatively lower female labor force participation rate as compared to India. Social cultural norms, limited access to education and employment opportunities, and gender-based discrimination are significant barriers to women's participation. So, in this paper, we focus on two main objectives. Number one, to analyze the trends in the female labor force participation rate across developed, developing, and underdeveloped states in India using PLFS data from 2017 to 2023. And number two, to assess the authenticity of the rise in the female labor force participation rates in West Bengal and explore its correlation with the key demographic variables utilizing logistic regression analysis and check its exclusivity across all the social demographic factors. Now, so we coming to the first objective. So we see that the states in India has been characterized as developed, developing, and underdeveloped states on the basis of commonly accepted indicators such as economic growth, infrastructure, education, healthcare, and standard of living. So this is the trend line of the developed states. So we see that the highest rise in the female labor force participation rate has been observed in Gujarat. So this is because of certain government policies that have been taken there, like Sakhi Mandan, Women's Safety Initiatives, Mukhya Mantri, Mahila Utkarsh Yojana. So this is the so over here you see that that Haryana doesn't have much increase in the female labor force participation rate, although it is considered to be a developed one because of its big industrial base. So now coming to this developing and the undeveloped states, we see the same. So now coming to the developed and the developing states, female labor force participation rate is on the rise instrumented by urbanization, enhanced educational access, and evolving social attitudes. Despite this advancement, challenges such as gender biases and unequal access to education and healthcare prospects persist. Now, states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan, and Haryana are characterized by high amount of gender inequality and crime rate. However, over the years from 2017-18 to 2022-23, we see that economic opportunities, government initiatives promoting women's empowerment, changing social norms has been instrumental in increasing the female labor force participation rate. Moreover, we see that in certain states for the year 2021-2022, there has been a much fall in the female labor force participation rate. So economic disruptions leading to job losses, increased caregiving responsibilities due to closed schools and healthcare, the job insecurity in the informal sector, disparities in the access of technology and digital skills has widened the gap in the female labor force participation rate. So, for explaining the second objective, my fellow teammate Anushka Bhomit will take over. So to carry out our second objective, we have used data from the periodic labor force survey. Now the periodic labor force survey was launched in April 2017 by the NSSO and it measures parameters like labor force participation rate, unemployment rate, and current weekly status. Now the first step, while we extracted the raw data from the NSSO directories, then we cleaned it and of its male respondents and its underage and overage respondents, and then we narrowed down the data to West Bengal for the year 22 and 23. Now our dependent variable, for a dependent variable, we took current weekly status. Now current weekly status shows an individual's employment status during a specific week or designated reference period. There are three categories of current weekly status as allocated by NSSO: the employed people, the unemployed people, and people who are out of the labor force. For this survey, we chose females who were employed as one, and we plugged females from the unemployed and out of labor force sector as under one category 0. Now, our independent variables, we have a sector which is urban and rural. We chose this variable because we thought that for urban and rural, there was a completely different set of roles provided in both the sectors. For household size and marital status, both of these, the household size refers to the number of family members in a household. The range of which in our project is 1 to 16. For marital status, there are three categories: married, unmarried, and widowed and separated. For religion and social group, which are our target variables, we chose for religion we have Hindu, Muslim, Christianity, and others. Others is a reference category here. Others club religions like Sikhism, Buddhism. For social group, we have unreserved, ST, and OBC. They are our main dummies, and with reference to ST, which is our reference category. We chose these two target variables because we thought that there are still some prevailing discriminatory practices and marginalization, and we wanted to see how they affect the female labor force participation in West Bengal. Now, the last two variables that we have: general education and vocational training. So, general education also has three categories: females who are literate, literate with formal schooling, females who are pursuing higher education, and females who are completely illiterate. And the reference category for here is females who are literate without formal schooling. And same for vocational education, there is a yes and a no. So these two variables were chosen because both education and vocational training enhances the employability of women and gives them essential market skills. Now, if the increase in female labor force is to be called genuine, it is imperative that women across all demographics and socioeconomic strata reap its benefit. The benefits should not be disproportionately concentrated within some social sectors, such as religion or like social groups. Now, we chose to do a logic regression for this. This is the logic regression done using data. So the logic regression was chosen because logic predicts the probability of an event occurring, or in other words, the odds of success. So this was chosen because our main CWS, our dependent variable, it is dichotomous, and of course due to comparative mathematical simplicity. And now for the interpretation of the model, I have on stage my fellow co-author. So coming to the interpretation of the variables, first we have the household size. Here we get from the odds ratio that there is a negative relation between the household size and the female labor force participation.
This may be because that with the increase in household size, the responsibility of the woman increases, as it is often seen that there is a disproportionate share of caregiving for the woman, and also with the increase in number of incoming members in the family, there is seen a shift from the low level jobs that the woman does. Next, we come to the religion. Here we have considered religion to be a dummy variable. For example, for Hindu, we have got the odds ratio to be 21.50, which means that the probability of the Hindu female participating in the labor force is 21.5 times more than the female of other religion. And comparing the Hindu odds ratio of the Hindus
is how much?
is 21.50. 476.
And how do you interpret?
Probability of the Hindu females participating in the labor force is 21.5 times more than the female of other religion, which other religion comprises of Buddhism, Sikhism. We have considered them as the reference because they were a very small proportion in our data.
You not interpret odds ratio, right?
So we have considered multiple dummy variables, so that's
yeah, okay. So you have taken e to the power. Have you taken e to the power and then you're saying this? No.
This is the odds ratio.
If you want to interpret it, you have to take initial here. The exponential, then it is easier to interpret.
It's an odds ratio. It's not interpreted like this only one time.
It means data is come.
And you cannot directly convert odds ratio into probability.
So if we see the coefficient also that by taking the log of the odds ratio, then we will see a positive relation between comparing the Hindu, Muslim and the Christian odds ratio, we see that it has been highest in the case of Muslim females, which is due to the minority reservation policies. Next, we come to the social group, where we have considered caste as the dummy variable, and we have considered four groups: unreserved, SC, ST, OBC, where we have taken ST to be the reference caste, and here we have got highest for the OBC. This also can be related to the reservation policies which have been taken by the government to improve the socio-economic status. Next comes the age, where we have got the odds ratio to be greater than 1. And so we can say that it is positively related to the female labor force participation. And we can say the reason behind this that entry in workforce offers after completing the education, and also career advancement requires years of experience. Next comes the marital status. We have considered it to be a dummy variable. And here comparing the odds ratio, we can say that the probability of the unmarried woman participating in the labor force is more than the married woman. This may be because that unmarried women face fewer responsibilities and also face low societal pressure. Next comes vocational training. The odds ratio we have got indicates positive relation between vocational training and female labor force participation. This may be because that the vocational training gives a person practical knowledge and confidence, and it also may boost their networking opportunities by giving placements. And initially, we have considered two more factors: sector and educational level, to be affecting our dependent variable. But after the regression analysis, we have found that they are not significant. First is the sector, which may be that due to there is no, we have from the data we have got that there is no role of the geographical boundary here. And for educational level, nowadays, other than the conventional schooling, there are also many courses that one can learn from there. They can learn the skills, etc., which may boost their participation. Policies, we can take the policies where we can use the financial inclusion, and where women should be given credit so that they can set up their own business. Then comes maternity benefits and flexible work arrangement, which can help the woman to re-enter the workforce even after childbirth or continue even during that time. Infrastructure and transport facilities should be developed so that women can reach their workplaces more. And promotion of women entrepreneurs, we should set up supportive ecosystems for women entrepreneurs to scale their business and reach wider audience. In conclusion, we can say that the surge in female labor force participation is undeniably real, but the authenticity is marked by various challenges like cultural and social norms. So we can say that though it cannot be called illusory, but there are still a few steps that we take before it can be called a genuine idol. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Audience, if there's a question from the audience, see now. Yeah.
So first of all, so you have run a logistic regression. So why not a normal probability? Could have done probability. Okay, so why not probability? Why logic? One explanation should be there. And second is that if you take the exponential, then we get directly that whether it is more likely with respect to the base or whether it is less likely with respect to the base. It is much easier. And all I think routine even in R also is available. So it's very easy to get that. Third thing is that also we need the marginal effects. Have you done that? You have not done that. Marginal effect. So there's a separate thing you should do. There's a marginal effect. So that you should do. Okay. And also the explanations that you have given are plausible but not very concrete. But you need to, maybe. So if I'm saying financial inclusion, how is financial inclusion, related to, women participation? So where is the link? So it might be the case that most of the, microfinance institutions, they are giving loans to women. Then it would be more entrepreneurial because in that case, what happens is that they take up some entrepreneurial activity. So normally what has been seen that microfinance goes into supplementary, work, which is like there is a person who is doing the main work, and these people are using this money to rear, let's say, goats, maybe to, then milk production, then shops, small shops, maybe so these are the things in which it is used. So will that be considered as participation in the labor force? So definitionally also we need to see. So whenever we are making some comments at the end, that we need to give some policy implications or something, but that should be related to our results. How it is coming from a result is actually explained. If it is not explained, if it is implied, then I need to give some more data. So it is not that I'm not saying it's wrong, but you give some more data.
What was your sample size? Okay. What about your diagnostics?
Like the percentage proportion.
Diagnostics, regression diagnostics. Did you check the standard or there? Because here the conventional diagnostics work on logistic regression.
Sir, it was.
So just check pseudo or square, okay? Yeah.
But it was actually in the presentation.
Okay, I'm just saying that here the conventional diagnostics doesn't work. So you have to check the pseudo or square log likelihood ratio. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, the penultimate group. With that, we come to the final presentation of this paper presentation. I would like to invite the group presenting on evaluating social security in 2024, the impact of policy gaps on India's informal workers by Rajesh Kolkata, Aishwarya Yadav, Kumar Shivam Sen, and P. Silas Rekanamai. I'm so sorry if I got it wrong. But yes, kindly come to the stage. Please set up your presentation if you need to. We'll let you know when you can begin. To reiterate the rules, 15 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for questioning. Kindly bear with us for 2 minutes as we figure out the presentation. In the meantime, we would like to welcome Dr. Vivek Rajadri for being with us here, and also Dr. Ronja Bhattacharya for being presenting. With the presentation figured out, we would like to invite the presenters from this moment for their presentation. Kindly allow yourselves to give a loud round of applause to the final presenters of the day. Masters in Development Studies at IIFT Social Sciences, Mumbai, and my partner is Shiva Kumar Sen. He's currently a student of Masters in Social Entrepreneurship at IIFT Mumbai. Our two other co-authors who could not be here are Ashwarya Jadhav at IIFT Mumbai. Our paper is Evaluating Social Studies, but it's very the impact of policy action in India's common work. This is an important topic which we start. As we've seen in developing economies, there has been an increased trend towards informalization. And informalization
urbanization has come because there have been reforms such as liberalization, the 1991 reforms, which have led to opening up of the market, but this opening up of the market had a disproportionate impact on the marginalized classes, because what has happened is that the jobs that are more available to them at this point of time lack the same kind of social security benefits that the formal sector has, which is why we think informal sector is significantly suicide rate. On top of that, we have also included a small case into the am I audible? Yeah. Is this better? Yeah. We have also included a case on ASHA workers because we think ASHA workers fall within the informal sector, but they have a unique position where they're not technically considered employees, but they're paid on a revenue basis or they're paid on the basis of the amount of work that they do, but they do fall in the informal sector employment category, and they have been protesting for years. So we thought this would be an important time to cover this with an number of paper. What are the research objectives? There's three primary research objectives. First is assessing the extent of social security disparities on gender basis. Second is to evaluate policy effectiveness of the policies that have been passed by the government until now in terms of social security for the informal sector. And third is to identify structural values, which sadly I'm sad to say that we are not yet able to do. That will happen at a later stage of this first development. Quality methodologies, secondary literature review, and policy analysis of policies passed by the government. The quantitative methodology. Yeah, the quantitative methodology is basically we utilize PLFS data from 2017 to 2023. We analyze the percentage of regular wage of salary and we focus on the employees who are not eligible for any specified social security, which was included here. That is the category in the PLFS. So the dependent variable was eligibility for social security and dependent variable was gender. Now we needed to transform this data because this data has been presented in percentages in the PLFS data, and we cannot run a classified as one. So what we had to do was basically estimate the actual number of people per state in the sample from a statewise basis. So what we ended up doing was we transformed that data for Y-squared. So we took the gender-specific percentage data that it was male and female, and we also took it from an urban versus rural sample because that is categorized differently in PLFS. So what we did that we used that to estimate the sample populations first. We used the state-wise population percentage of the national total and the sex ratio of each particular state to calculate the numbers of male and female employees not eligible for SSBs. We multiplied this by the estimated gender-specific population, which was the data that we already had. So at this point, we also corrected for the sample skew because when we looked at the data itself, the ratio of men to women was almost 3:1, which meant that after the sample was corrected into whole numbers, we almost had an equal proportion of both male and female. So we needed to multiply the female population by the 1:3 or whatever the exact ratio per year was in order to make that more representative of the actual sample data itself. At that point, we formulated another hypothesis that there is no relationship between gender and eligibility for social security benefits and chi-squared S was found. All right. So after that, literature, I'll pass it.
Good evening, everybody. We begin with the literature review, and essentially the important part. The important part of what we were doing is trying to understand how social security actually started. So,
the understanding of social security actually begins in the Middle Ages, where social security is seen as charity, and eventually we understand that through literature we find that there are two origins of social protection. The initial bit we find it in the early 1830s, but the American version of it is slightly different because they see the progression after the early in the 1900s, after they grew as an economy. They saw the importance of social protection, and by 1936 there is the Social Protection Bill Act, which has about $1 million allocated to it. Eventually, we see in the post-war eras the growth of social protection and the inclusion of the elderly into the protection, which was something that they found in the post-war era. Eventually, we tried to understand the Indian social protection movement. The early onset of this movement can be traced back to the 1850s, 1880s, where we start to see some sort of improvement in formal workers, and now formal workers are involved with the British. Eventually, we trace the first of its kind that in out. And the paper by Agarwala is from 1946, which talks about how the transition happened within the British and how they shared and how they gave social protection to Indians. Eventually, we understand by 2017 through the ILO that social security is not a term that is all-encompassing, and it has to have a broader frame so that it includes more people and it has more definition, it has more ambit. Though the definition of social protection has been very nuanced, all researchers that we found during the research had used the definition in ways that they found best to their research. So eventually, social protection also gives poverty elevation, which is the current idea of social protection. So social protection. So what social protection really is? So it is the measures and the safety nets of the government, and this is only possible in the welfare state where the government is taking care of the individuals. So we also find that through review that ILO essentially and a lot of the research done by ILO specifies that women need to be imperatively protected in this process of giving social protection. Now it's commonplace understanding now that women and caste minorities and minorities across India need protection. And through data we also analyzed in the urban data we realized that about 49% of all individuals living in slums are scheduled castes, and a major portion of them, about 80. Roughly are educated, but they're unemployed. So we start to approach how social protection is, and we start to see social protection as a coherent set of actions that are taken to eradicate poverty and provide security and eventually become transformative in nature. So we start to see what social security is, and we see the preventive nature of social security, and then we eventually figure out that it is mitigating in nature, and these are long-term ways to mitigate any social issues, which serves as a backdrop and later what we talk about as the models to understand. Social security is dispensed through the state and actors. In our case, we can also say that through social enterprising is another way that we've understood that social security can be dispensed. So the income model is something that is very fundamentally absorbed in the idea of social security. How dispensing income would be a protective, promotive, and transformative function. This can be done through various ways, through direct transfers or through the institutions, which we find later. Will be discussing later. So another model that we tried to understand was from the Anil framework, which is by Leshner. The model basically speaks about how the attribution to the collective responsibility when given to the state, we find that there is a social question and we have to articulate what the problem realistically is. And going forward, constructing policies and laws to eventually developing modern welfare institutions. These are instruments through which the insurance and assistance is delivered to people. Here we find a model of how structural shocks can be absorbed, and different kinds of structural shocks can be absorbed by different groups of people, different smaller subgroups within the informal sector that we see. Are not asked; those are all taken. We have references in the PPT. Yes, in the PPT. So this model basically tries to explain how social protection will be done in an informal economy. And with this, we reach the policy landscape what currently is. The current policy landscape in India is the 2020 Social Security Bill that was introduced of late. The bill is an extension of the 2008 and the National Labour Commission of 2002, where extension of some of these policies was to be done to the informal sector, including informal sector. So by definition, the Social Security Act of 2020 extends all the provisions of the Social Security to informal workers. These provisions will be dispensed eventually through different arms of the government and through different boards that will be created by some through the central government, some through the state, collectively dispensing social protection across the nation.
firstly, this is the results of why we've called it the male skew data, is because we corrected the sample in this by multiplying it by basically the ratio of the male to the female populations with this. So they be calling it male skew data because the number of women who got compressed when trying to basically calculate this particular sample was significant. So the number of total women also decreased a lot because overall at the beginning the number of women was already much lower. These are the women who do not have social security. Yeah, so we got, so the reason was that we only got two statistically significant p-values within this analysis. But when we tried to basically try another idea for this, and we yeah. So yeah, representative data. So basically, in this scenario, what we did was we did not divide the sample population that we had calculated, the female sample populations, by the proportion in which they were actually present in the sample. We let it be, we let there basically be more representation for women, but basically it made our logic a little bit more unsound. But we wanted to just see what kind of results we were getting, and at that point of time, we started seeing the clear trend, and we started to see far more significant results. So while analyzing this, so analysis for like the male skew data was that there were only two particular significant tests, and in most years there was no statistically significant difference found. That there was no pervasive gender disparity in SSBs, but that kind of contradicted with what we had found in our literature review. And now this means that we still need to work on this to ensure that there are different variables that we have found, but to understand what happens. One thing that would have been much better is we had the exact sample data from a state-wise perspective instead of having to estimate it, because the estimated data that the estimated sample that we created was approximately 30% smaller than the total sample population which was provided in that. So we think there is significant sampling bias that is occurring. For the male skewed one, that is what we got. But when we did not do the proportional sampling, then we did get significant rural p-value. So this is the analysis result for the representative data. So for the representative data, we found that rural it was significant. Yeah. Yes, we have. So the reason is that there are multiple variables for this, but this is the most encompassing variable that we could find in terms of social security. But yes, we do have multiple other variables to look at. We have looked at paid leave, but there is no exact variable. There is no data set for maternity leave, which is a variable which we would have really loved to use in this. So I think another thing that we're looking at is to an extent doing a primary survey of approximately 100 participants to understand what kind of benefits they're getting, and also I think one of the potentials that is coming to next bit, whether access to social security benefits has a direct impact on workforce participation for women. I think that is something that we are also like based on what we have studied. That is something that we're exploring, trying to understand whether that could be required. Asha workers. So this is basically just history on Asha workers and why they require social security benefits. Asha workers are practically almost doctors in rural areas, because in rural areas there's very, very limited healthcare, which means that they serve as the on-ground medical staff. They're the first point of contact between the community and healthcare systems, which means that they have a significant role in ensuring that there are positive health outcomes for rural areas for marginalized groups. So what we need to understand is what Asha workers are structured as. So I've already explained why they're important. I don't think I need to do that. Okay. So what are the challenges faced by Asha workers? They have challenges in competition workload, work is primarily incentive-based with additional other repayments, but payments are often delayed by up to 6 months to 12 months. Social security deficiencies, they have covered into the limited schemes, but even in the budget of 2024, they did get insurance, but they did not get fixed salary. They did not get any of the benefits that government employees are supposed to get, even though they effectively function as government employees, which means that we have found that disparities are present, but we still need to understand how we can do it better statistically. And policy recommendations, portal social security benefits, simplified registration process, incentives for formalization, revised compensation structure, and more extended social security benefits for family members. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll first ask the audience if there's a question. or we put the esteemed judges first for their questions.
As I said, this the paper is still in early stage, right?
Yes.
So I am not very sure that based on the chi-square test you find anything more than what you have done.
Yeah.
So if you want to work on it and get this strong empirical motivation, so for the primary survey.
Yeah. We have in order to effectively.
Yes. And I think even you can introduce others also, say for example, only these ASHA workers, maybe some other sector.
Yeah, we intended to include platform workers. Yeah, so there's a big line of people who are who need social protection, but they don't have. So in the gig economy, it's about 64%.
Yeah, recently there was a case where the insurance of these that has been kind of a big change based on their ratings, and there was a big case on that one worker who had claimed for he was eligible for some big insurance. Then next week his rating got downgraded, and by that time he had already admitted his wife into the hospital. The hospital has raised the bill, but the company did not pay for that. So I think that would be, and you can get secondary data in that. I don't know where, but I'm sure on the platform.
Studies on platform workers are limited to around 40 to 100.
No, I'm not saying case studies. I'm saying data about that insurance.
About the insurance.
Yes.
Then, I mean, particularly there is no data that we up till now, but we still have to find.
Accessing that might be difficult. You may have to use some channels, but instead of ASHA workers, that would suit more because there is data on the insurance provider to gig workers.
Yes, yes.
That's it.
Yes. We sort of made the discovery while we were going through the paper. We're still progressing. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, that's the end of this presentation. With that, we come to the end of today's paper presentation. We would like to thank our esteemed judges for attending, also our faculty. Before we end, however, we would like to felicitate our judges whenever we're ready. Also, an announcement before we discuss. We are having IT outside. So please ensure that you have your tea or coffee and come back by 5:15 to the auditorium for the special lecture by Professor Majid. We would encourage you to be here.
I have a small token of appreciation for that. I would like to request Shreya to come up and felicitate Dr. Vishwajit Mondal for his kind presence today. Please also for yourself a loud round of applause. Thank you, sir, for being here. I would then request Oviru to kindly come up and felicitate Dr. Tawfiq Ijaz for his kind presence here today. And finally, I would like to call upon Anushka to felicitate Dr. Devashish Chakraborty for being here with us in this great presentation. With that, we come to the end of the paper presentation. We would like you to go out and have a nice cup of tea and be rejoining us by 5:15 for the special lecture by Professor Marjit here in this auditorium. Thank you so much.
Even the faculty. No, you don't think it.